fight fans? We are live for Who's #1 All Grappling Tournament, guys, capped off by a no time limit match between Felipe Pena and Gordan Ryan, two of the greatest grapplers in the world today. This is the third time that they have fought each other, and I am very excited about this. 7 all grappling matches. If you're having a hard time finding the live feed, Flow Grappling, I know, is charging $150 a year, and usually you have to buy the entire year's worth. So what a pain in the ass. Pay for the whole year subscription? No, actually, I found on Roku. First I went on PC and I went on Apple, and nothing there for either one of those things for a monthly. But when I went on Roku, it gave me the option to pay $30 for 1 month, and so that's what I did. So it says this event will begin shortly. Estevan, Martinez, and Diogo Reis will be the first match of the night. If you go on the app, it's 30. Well, iOS. Oh, same thing on Roku. Yeah, I couldn't find the 30 on Apple, but I mean, that was fine. I've never watched anything on Flow Grappling before, so I just didn't feel like paying for the whole year, even though, I mean, you get it for, was it like $12.50 a month if you pay for the whole year, so $150. But so it looks like the stream is live now. I'm just getting some commercials here. You're the effing man. Well, thank you, New Brett and Polly. Hey, you told me about it, man. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm a big fan of both Gordan Ryan and Felipe Pena. Rafael Lovato Jr. Also competing tonight against Nicholas Meregali in the co-main event. Alan Sanchez taking on Micael Galvão on the main card. That's in the 3 spot. I said it looks like Estevan, Martinez, and Diogo Reis will be the first fight of the night. Followed by Fabian, Ramirez, and Fabricio, Andrey. Then Beatriz, Mesquita versus Elisabeth Clay. And then somebody was talking about this matchup of the Jacobs, Jacob Rodriguez and Jacob Couch. And that is the card. 7 all grappling matches tonight. So if you're looking for MMA right now, this is not MMA. This is grappling only. After this, ADCC, Pena said he's going to MMA. Oh, nice. I know Gordan Ryan's talked about it, and he just signed with ONE FC. For those that don't know, ONE FC is doing some crazy things. They got the ONE FC Prime card, the first Prime card they got coming out on August 26th. We'll be doing a live stream for that starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, which is Demetrius Johnson and Maurice 2. Johnson trying to get his belt back. But there's also Rod Tang is fighting on that one. They're fighting in a Muay Thai Grand Prix. The co-main's also another Muay Thai bout. And they are starting to have all jiu-jitsu bouts. So that is very cool. I'm happy to see, jiu-jitsu moving on to where a lot of these guys are going to be able to make a living off of just jiu-jitsu. When does it start on Flow? Should be starting now. There's just some commercials that says the event will begin shortly. I know in the past Flow was they're not ESPN. I'll just say that. I don't want to diss on many things, but sometimes they have, you know, a little bit of issues with their start times and different things. So, still saying this event will begin shortly. But any minute, I'm thinking Estevan Martinez and Diogo Reis will be coming out because they got to start at the beginning. The who's number one promotion has a start time. So Brennan says, yeah, he says he doesn't really want to switch until someone at his school can do what he's been doing in grappling. Just trying to get the sport off the ground from what I hear. Yeah, I remember he talked about it. He had a long interview on Joe Rogan, and I was listening to him talk about it. And yeah, I know he had mentioned that, and he's training up the guys in his school, trying to get them to where, where he wants them at. Don Hurry doesn't want Gordan to go to MMA because he makes so much money grappling. And that Donaher Death Squad is just, those guys are out of control. Just and John Donaher, man, what a coach and a story. That guy is, he is a fight nerd in the most complimentary way. What's up, Crusher Jimbos? Happy Sunday, Mr. Seattle Mike. Happy Sunday, everyone. Happy Sunday, man. Gordan's one of the rare grapplers that makes a lot of money. Yeah, there's not very many of them. You're right. Rotang is literally a Muay Thai machine. Oh, yeah, Rod Tang is an animal, man. And but Demetrius Johnson, he's an animal for taking that match over in 1FC. I don't know how many people watched that, where Demetrius Johnson and Rod Tang win a match, and it was around Muay Thai and around MMA, like alternating. And Demetrius defeated him. If Demetrius defeats Moraes in the rematch, I got to say Demetrius Johnson is the greatest mixed martial artist of all time. I know John Jones is good, but I got to pull John Jones from the conversation because multiple positive drug tests. I can't have my number one be a cheater. Is it possible to subscribe monthly? What's about PA times out? It doesn't look like on the website on your PC or computer, but I went on Roku and it gave me the option to monthly for $30 because that's what I paid today, so I could watch this and stream for. But I wish someone would dump some money on production into Flow. Yeah, me and you both, Nathan. I hear you, man. Stupid question, but we really see the fight here on your YouTube live video. I can't show the actual fight. It's going to be kind of like a radio broadcast. I'll be doing the play-by-play. So it's actually a live fight reaction because I'm pretty sure Flow Grappling would immediately pull my stream. And I would probably at least get a suspension from YouTube, which unfortunately I've faced in the past. So, how long till fight starts? Should be any minute here. It says this event begins shortly here on Flow Grappling, and I'm getting some commercials, but it's supposed to start 8 minutes ago. So, hopefully any minute here. Mighty Mouse isn't even at top 5, says Vitor. I know there's people that make a case for that, Vitor, and I think a lot of that case comes from before they had a flyweight division and he fought at bantamweight. And I mean, yeah, I think he had a couple losses at bantamweight. By the way, I thought he beat Henry Cejudo in the rematch as well. I had to go back and really watch that, dissect the match. But, I think he clearly won 3 rounds to 2. Do we know when Gordan versus Felipe actually starts? Main card is supposed to start right now, but there are like 5 fights on that card before Gordan versus Felipe, I think. I do not know when that match will start. I mean, it just depends on the pacing, I guess, of Flow Grappling and who's number one over there in Austin. I don't know what their breaks are and how long their matches are going to be. I think, if there's early submissions, they may start the next match earlier. This will be the first time I've watched a Who's Number One, actually. Agree, TJ Dillashaw has a fight with Sterling. I think TJ should be banned. I definitely like the fact that he got 2 years suspension. I thought that should have been like a minimum. What I did like about how TJ handled it is he didn't make excuses. He's like, yeah, I cheated. I tried to take a shortcut. I wish I wouldn't have. But, I mean, it's easy to say you wish you wouldn't have after the fact. But, what's up, Ro? What channel are you on? I'm on Flow Grappling. Or Flow Sports, I guess, is what the app is. That's what I'm watching. Main event will be like 3 hours away. Possibly it could be. There's a subscription for $12 per month. If I subscribe, can I watch the match? Well, the problem is you have to pay for a whole year of the $12 a month. If you want just the monthly, like I had to pay the $30. So, I mean, yeah, if you want the whole year, but I'm pretty sure it's going to charge you the whole $150 at once. Because that happened to Robert. Robert's in here, the drunken charge in the crowd. What's up, Robert Kerrigan? And like I mentioned, Rafael Lovato Jr. on the card tonight. Also a Bellator fighter, former Bellator champion over there. He had some great matches with Gegard Mousasi. And others, but like I said, I'm excited with what's going to be going on with ONE FC and their grappling only tournaments. As well. And Demetrius Johnson has mentioned that he wants to do that. He wants to enter some grappling only tournaments on top of the MMAs he's doing. We'll see if he gets past Adrian Reis on the 26th. And it looks like we will have just a minute here. So I'm going to bring up the card for what we'll be watching today. And we can talk about a few of these matches as Flow Grappling gets their act together over there. Come on, boys. What's up? Almost forgot about this. Been packing and getting ready for a trip to Texas. Was taking a break, popped on YouTube, seen Mike streaming. All right, well, thanks for popping in, Robert. As we mentioned, the first pro grappling match of the night, Estevan Martinez and Diogo Reis, followed by Fabian Ramirez and Fabricio Andrey. Then we got a female clash, Beatriz Mesquita and Elisabeth Clay, followed by the Battle of the Jacobs, Jacob Rodriguez and Jacob Couch. Alan Sanchez versus Micael Galvão. I've seen Galvão grapple. This dude is exciting. He's fast and very athletic. Same thing with Nicholas Meregali. Some people might be more familiar with Rafael Lovato Jr. since he's an MMA crossover. Former Bellator champion. Had, like I said, some great matches with Gegard Mousasi. And then, your main event here, your heavyweights, two best heavyweights probably in the world, Felipe Pena and Gordan Ryan. This will be the third time that they have fought in their career. Time will they fight? When do they start? It's 1:30 Cess, bro, like at almost 10:30 New Jersey time. I'm on the West Coast. I'm in Seattle, so it's 4:45 here. The matches are supposed to have already started, so any moment we should have our first match underway. Hard to say how long the entire event will be. I assume about 3 hours. Gotta say, I couldn't believe Usman got the knockout last night. Yeah, I don't think Zach Pagua, I think he was pretty damn surprised too. By the way, he put out a great statement after that, though. I really like that. Zach Pagua on his Twitter said, please stop saying that Muhammad Usman got a lucky shot. He landed that big shot for the knockout. He said that doesn't do any service to him. It doesn't do any service to me. Said obviously he found a hole in my game that I have to work on. If I don't address that, I cannot get better. So, great understanding of what happened, what he needed to do there. Take a nap, wake up at 9:30 if you need to work. Is the match delayed? That I don't know, Operation Arts. I'm just seeing that it says Flow Grappling says this event will begin shortly. I'm going to jump onto their website too and see if there's anything else that they're giving us here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any updates. Yeah, if anybody else has any updates and knows why they're lagging a little behind there, feel free to update us. Matches start at 8 p.m. Central Time. That's 9 p.m. Eastern. It says at 8 p.m. on my Xbox. I'm watching it. Those expresses, they're not behind. Let me check something out here, guys, because I think I might know what's going on here. Yeah, it definitely says that it's live right now. It says for 4:30. So, hopefully any minute here. Show the stream of the fight, my guy. What's up, Mr. Mystery? Luis Cabrera says they're not behind. Anyone is streaming on Twitch? Not sure. Yeah, I can't. For me, it updated and says 2:10 sets. It's 1:48. Brother, trust me, the match starts in an hour and 12 minutes. The news about? I did hear the news about Leandro Lo. That sucks. Because I know I'm just joking. Hickson by armbar. What's up, Megan Choi? Yeah, Hickson's not fighting tonight, but time will the fights about what time will Gordan go? It's hard to say, but yeah, it's probably a couple hours, depending on how long these matches take. Peace, guys. Have a good time enjoying the matches. All right, Mr. Mystery. Everyone, please like and subscribe to the greatest MMA commentary on YouTube. Thank you, Robert. Probably 10:30 to 11 p.m. New York time. I'm from Brazil, and I think I'm going to try to pronounce that. Don't get mad at me for I'll probably butcher it. Pagasa will win. Card 8:30 Eastern. No, can't broadcast fight. You guys want to stream fight? When we get close, no, No advertising illegal streams on here. Sorry. Crown takes it all tonight. Oh, I did. I pronounced it right. Huh. That was a shot in the dark. Thank you. What are the broadcasting? The main card. It's on Flow Grappling, which I just picked up Flow Grappling today. It's $150 for the year. Or if you pay for it just by a month, this is $30 for a month. I have watched some Street Beef Scrapyard. Turn 61 people. Mike, you doing numbers, bro. What's up, Pulse Reloaded? What's your body count? Haha, damn they taxing. Thanks. Well, thanks for everybody for tuning into this. If you're new to Fights with Friends, we do this pretty much every week. We just did the live stream for the UFC yesterday. Thiago Santos and John Mahal Hill. First event that I ever remember having 10 finishes on the same card. 10 fights and 10 finishes. That was absurd. They make you buy the entire year, but it's worth it. Says UK Mike. Yeah, I didn't buy the whole year. Like I said, they didn't give me the option on PC, but on Roku it let me pay $30 for a month. So I went ahead and did that just so I could do the reaction for this. The like button, everyone. Thank you guys. Flow Grappling, YouTube. There's countdown on their live feed. Oh, first time here. What do you do on your stream? What's up, Matthew Connolly? We do live fight reactions for combat sports, boxing, MMA. We do UFC, Bellator. Actually, if you go to fightswithfriends.co, you can see there. It'll have some of our videos. Like I've interviewed some famous fighters. We've had Randy Couture on the show. We had Jeremy Horn recently, Shoney Carter. We had Mark Schultz, the guy from the Foxcatcher movie, movie and book. The Foxcatcher. I do videos of fight picks. And then, yeah, we do a live fight companion or fight reaction. Different people call it different things, but yeah, we do that for pretty much every event. What we do on Bellator 284, I think it is now, yeah. On Friday, and then Saturday, you got PFL, Professional Fighters League. Probably get to some of that. Starts at 9 a.m. Pacific though, over there in London, and it will run until the UFC starts. They're gonna be like back to back this week. Yeah, I can't stream the actual match, sorry. Most people here to see it, show fights. Disagree on the whole year. I've heard the $30 per month, but everywhere I try, tries to charge the annual. Yeah, the only place that I could find that it gave me the option for the month was on Roku. I've had an African-American girlfriend, so how do you rate it? That is a strange question. But yes, I have, and yes. It was a great experience. I'll give her an 8.5. All right, thanks anyways. Have a good evening. All right, see you, man. You actually show the match as I react? No. Another hour to wait if you're in California. Mike is the best alive. Fight commentary, period. Thank you, Chris Chimu. Yeah, we have a significant amount of people, a great community that come here to watch the live fight reactions, and every week. We've been doing this for about 5 years. The channel was really popular for a while, getting 40 to 60,000 views per video, and then basically everybody started a fight companion a couple years ago. The views went down a lot. Now they're starting to come back up. Roadkill. Yeah, it's $12 a month if you pay the whole year. Can't find, still want to hear play-by-play commentary? Come back. Yes, thank you, Robbie. Sorry I asked that 3 different times because I thought you missed it. I apologize. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I am somewhat familiar. I'm familiar with grappling for sure. I used to compete in judo a lot. I don't compete right now. I do want to get into it. I've never competed in BJJ. Years back, I was 8th in the nation in judo, 156 pounds. And I've continued to train, sometimes off and on over the years. Had a few injuries, but yeah, I try to keep up with the sport. I definitely study a lot of tape and the different new moves and things, so I think I can do a pretty good job of explaining what's going on in the match. So I found the month on Roadkill. No, Roku. Sorry, R-O-K-U. Like the set-top box. Nobody gonna get a year, right, Scott? Alex says the match canceled. I heard Pena asked to change it to 30 minutes and Gordan declined. No, I didn't hear anything about that. I don't think so. Yeah, Robert said he did a year. He thought it was $12.50 a month. I remember you telling me that, and then they charge you for a whole year, which that was kind of crappy of them, to be honest. So it looks like maybe this has been moved some, because now I'm seeing the prelims starting on the flow grappling at 5:30. And I know somebody was trying to tell me that, but I didn't want to say for sure until I got confirmation. So yeah, it looks like it might have been pushed back a little bit here. Chubby baby canceled due to tummy ache. Imagine you must have a Roku to watch on Roku. I believe so. I don't know if you can just go online and watch, but I don't think so. Hey, Seattle Mike, I know you have a background in judo, but do you have a belt in BJJ? No, I have never even rolled at a BJJ school. Straight judo. I know some BJJ people will take a little offense to this, but I know there's people in the judo community that'll say that BJJ is just half of judo. So, I mean, you get the throw. Once you go to the ground, it's all the same game. You got, you know, your chokes, your arm bars, and of course everything else. The only bad thing about judo, or I thought was bad back in the days, they would give you very little time before a stand-up. So it goes to, you know, it might go to the ground, whether somebody scored points or not to get it to the ground. Basically, when I was competing, you'd have a few seconds to start sinking in a submission. And if you didn't, they would stand you up. Tournaments I've watched recently, if you go to just the judo YouTube channel, I think it's just called Judo. And they show a lot of the country championships, world championships from around the world, and it looks like they give them, you know, quite a bit more time on the ground. You know, maybe up to 30 seconds before they'll stand them up if somebody's not sinking in something that's real slick. I rolled with many judo black belts. Oh yeah. Missed some comments here, sorry. Get your money back from Flow by saying you made a mistake, then sign up and under something like Flow Baseball, where it's monthly, but we'll let you watch Flow Grappling too. Well, I didn't realize that. I just seen the app come up as Flow Sports. So Gordan will try to finish with a heel hook again, out of spite. If Pena escapes that and takes Gordan's back and chokes him, Gordan will retire in shame. So do you have Pena or Gordan tonight? I think Gordan's going to get this, but I've rolled with many judo black belts. Nice, King Cardano. Do you do BJJ, or what do you do in martial arts, or have you just rolled with guys? Patrick, I guarantee you they aren't going to refund anyone for this event. Thank God it was purchased on old cash card. I had to cancel, Mike. You know why? Oh, yep. Then when the year expired without notifying me, tried to take out $150 again this year. Card declined, dodged a bullet. Oh, damn. They're about a good blue belt compared to BJJ. Judo black belt equals a BJJ blue belt on the ground. Depending on the school, but yeah, I don't disagree with you, King Cardano, because, I mean, especially a lot of judo dojos, you're doing a lot more stand-up, just because that's how a lot more matches are finished in judo. There's not as many submissions because they just don't give you enough time on the ground. Yeah, I actually finished, I mean, I don't remember my exact record, but I think I finished probably as many fights by submission as I did by throw. Our judo school, when I first joined, it was actually at my high school. And I'm going to date myself some. I graduated in 1997. And back then, we had to travel to Canada for a lot of our matches. There's a pretty good scene in Spokane, Washington, if you're familiar with it, Spokane. And then Kent had a big school. Kent, Washington was the first, it was the first high school to have judo as a sport or club or anything in the early 1900s. My sensei ran that school, and then the oldest judo dojo in the country was in Seattle. I went there and rolled some because I was looking to get back in, but it was during the pandemic when they were being, they weren't real sure about what restrictions were and stuff. I went there a couple times and we did some practices outside on mats, which was interesting. I mean, they did a pretty good job for the fact that it was being outside, but then they went to completely online where you would just watch videos. And then I got a knee injury, unfortunately, but hoping to get back there eventually. But yeah, I don't disagree with you, King Cardano. Borderline purple. Nice BJJ black belt JV wrestler on the feed. Hello, Eduardo. How's it going? Patrick says, or a few years ago. Damn, that's why I got it. Wish I could have did that. Going on, Craig Mile. Wow, lots of people subbing to Flow Grappling by mistake tonight. Yeah, probably. That would suck. You put that $150 out there. I think they need to advertise that a little better. And they just need to make it to where people can do it for a month. Like I said, I was able to do $30 for the month on YouTube. That wasn't hard. Or on Roku. Judo plus BJJ is unstoppable. Can we agree? I like the combination together. If you're talking about MMA, I've always thought it'd be great to throw a Muay Thai background in there, though, because I think your grappling and your grip game with Muay Thai and Judo, I think those are going to work really good off of each other. And then, yeah, having the BJJ is just going to make your ground game that much better than just a Judo player. I saw no flow wrestling or anything else. King Curtis says, I'm a purple belt. Alex leg attacks give opportunity for a back take. Gordan game plan full pressure, like how Galvão made Pena tired. And watch and learn, kid. Galvão's fighting tonight too. Galvão, while grappling tonight. Galvão is super athletic. I really like watching him. Grossi says, when I was getting physical therapy in Japan, I met a judo champ there. He was super nice. It's a pretty respectful sport for the most part. You definitely get, you get some jerks in there like any other sport. And you definitely get some people trying to break the rules. You definitely get some dirty judo players. Your hand play inside, and you're gripping the gis, and I would definitely get this when I faced brown or black belts a lot of times, especially if it was a big tournament. They'd grip on your gi, and they would push up when they would try to go for a throw, and they knew what they were doing, and they'd go forward, and they just punch you right in the face or, palm you, like in the nose, and they were fine by getting a small penalty for that. because usually your first penalty was just an eighth of a point. It was just your Coca, which is an eighth of a point. And then a Yuko is a quarter of a point. Half a point is a Wasari. 1 was, of course, the Pone, which ends the match. But you can't stack 8 points and quarter points, if that makes sense. You can have 10 Cokas, and if somebody has 1 Yuko, then they beat you. Wasaris are different, though. Wasaris can add up. 2 Wasaris equals an opponent. See a different time in every place I look. Dude, yeah, they're not very organized, man. But it looks like I'm seeing a countdown from them, 24 minutes now. So we got something from Flow Grappling. Yeah, they have the WNO show. I finally have a countdown timer on the Flow Grappling site too. The app says 24 minutes counting down. So I apologize for starting early. That's all the information I had though from Flow Grappling. They said 4:30 our time, so that's when I started. Doing BJJ for 10 months, one of the best decisions I ever made. Did you do any martial arts before that? Phase shot? That's pretty awesome. I bet you got in real good shape, though.
The grappling world
be without fear to pass and smash for sure. But if you don't think Gordan,
2 of the sport's most bitter rivals will finally settle the score at the biggest
for failing twice. You don't know Gordan
of all time.
Yeah, I know he's very big on getting the submission he wants.
Without the sport's most significant
most of you guys, if you're in here, you probably know about the match. I don't remember who he was going against. I think he's
whenever any of you want to compete, let me know.
But
the brash,
he put a submission in an envelope, but they handed it to like one of the commentators and asked him to open it up at the end of the match. And then, of course, when he opens it up,
55
he got the submission that he called.
An unmatched submission
rate.
I
mean, that's pretty crazy.
The title of who's
to me,
number 1
it's almost like comparable
Gord Ryan has earned his
to
nickname,
like what they say Babe Ruth did when he called his home run and just hit the bat out that way and then hit the home run.
Even Gordon's most vocal detractors
pretty spectacular at this level
his
to be able to say, hey, I'm going to get this certain submission
Gordan has continued
on
to
one of the
pick up
best
submission
grapplers in the
over
world, and
veterans,
then that's the submission you
contenders,
get.
and the new generation of phenoms. His list of challengers have grown quieter and quieter, all reluctant to come for the crown.
Thank you, Robert. Be awesome to see Gordan pushed out in a carry as the chubby baby. Felipe is Alex Pahea and Gordan is Israel Adesanya. I'm really looking forward to that match. I know a lot of people like Alex Pahea. Of course, anything can happen. It's MMA, but I'll tell you guys, if Israel Adesanya comes in at any less than 2-1 favorite, I will put $500 on Israel Adesanya, because that is not a kickboxing match. That is an MMA match. And, Alex Pahea, he's impressed me. He really impressed me with the Sean Strickland bout. I was really impressed with the Bruno Silva bout, too. I mean, Bruno Silva there at middleweight, he's an animal. I think he's a guy that's going to be a contender there one of these days for sure. He's fighting next week, too. So Bruno Silva, that's a guy to watch in the UFC at middleweight. But Alex Pahea, just when Israel gets in there, I think it's just going to be a different game. And I would not be surprised, he even kind of hinted at it, to start seeing Israel grapple a little in there. Get some takedowns, switch up his game similar to what Francis Ngannou did against Cyril Gahn. Sonata Lovato fighting. I thought he had holes in his brain. Hopefully he's here. Oh, Rafael Lovato, you mean? Yeah, Rafael Lovato is fighting tonight. I thought he had a heart condition, is what I thought it was. So Flow Grappling is on now, but it says there's a pre-show coming up. It's at least not the commercials yet, but nobody's came out for a match yet. We do some judo at Timeless BJJ where I train. That's awesome, OK Mike. Man, there's just it's so different. Nowadays, a lot of these dojos, everybody's practicing everything. So many guys are practicing MMA or mixing in elements of other martial arts and things. I remember growing up, in the 90s. I said I graduated in 97. I knew people and know people. Nothing against Taekwondo, but I knew people that had black belts in Taekwondo, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You have a black belt? You have a black belt in what? Talking shit? I'm like, and these people, they couldn't win a fight in the park with a random tough guy. But they'd be walking around with a black belt because they basically bought it. Hebrew Heartthrobs. Alex, I live in South Carolina. Closest judo school to me is 3 hours. Oh, that sucks, Tyler. Yeah, I wish there was a lot more judo schools around. A lot of them are not advertised. A lot of them are basically donation only too. One of the biggest judo schools in the country, like I said, Seattle Dojo. Oldest judo school in the country, $25 a month suggested donation. I mean, that's it. Judo schools are they're not big money makers. And ever since Hoist Gracie stormed on the scene, everybody wants to teach BJJ. Everybody wants to take BJJ, and judo's just never gotten that same shine in the United States. It's huge in Canada. I mean, I have a lot of Canadian friends that go to judo tournaments on the regular. Like I said, that's what we had to travel. If we didn't travel to Canada to find tournaments, we wouldn't have been able to compete all the time. And I was able to compete then once a week. Luckily, we would pretty much find a tournament every Saturday, but we might be in British Columbia. There was a couple tournaments every year. We'd end up in Montana. Spokane, Washington had an active scene. Kent, Washington. I think this is a very, very important match for pro grappling tonight. I agree, Paul. I've been excited about a grappling match in a long time. Tyler, where in South Carolina? Update. Oh, upstate, close to Clemson. Never been in South Carolina, but nice. New Britain, my dude. Cheers. I'm in Piedmont. Seneca easily. So someone tell me there's another option to watch tonight. Not dropping $150 on a subscription. Anyone, please. Brandon, like I said, the only solution I found was when I went on my Roku, and it just gave me an option for a monthly, and I paid $30. Not even Fight TV. I thought Fight TV, a lot of times they'll pick these things up as like a one-time event charge, but it wasn't even on there. So, Trenton, Ontario, Canada here. Oh, nice. Yeah, so you guys have a much bigger judo scene than us. Western boxing and a street fight is a nice skill to have. Scott's a scam. Yeah, I agree, man. It sucks. I don't think they do it. I think Flow Grappling does a disservice to their fans by, giving the only option for $150 a year. I even heard Chael Sonnen talking about this, how, he was talking about how he didn't like their production. They had that match, that grappling match between, Jordan, who's the, I don't know why I can't think of his name now. One of the greatest, Jordan Burroughs. And Ben Askren, they had that charity wrestling match, and it was on Flow Grappling. And I know he said there was some issues with the professionalism then. And then, of course, they had a real scary, unprofessional situation where Ben Askren gets thrown off the mat, like onto a concrete floor, I believe. And is lucky he didn't get injured worse. Should be on ESPN. I agree, Scott, at least on Fight Pass. Because Fight Pass has had the Submission Underground, Chael Sonnen Submission Underground. which I really enjoyed. I don't know how many of you watched Submission Underground, but I like the way they do their overtime. Like if nobody gets a submission, you get 2 minutes and you get to pick a dominant position. There's a few of them. One of them might be close to armbar. One of them's hooks in close to an RNC. Then they have 2 minutes to get a submission. As soon as the other person escapes, the clock ends and the other contestant gets a chance to work on their submission. Should someone get a submission, then the other fighter, they have that, it's not over. The other fighter has that much time. So say they got the submission in 48 seconds, then the other contestant has a chance. They got to get a submission, but they have to do it in less than that amount of time. Wrestling and boxing, MMA, for sure. Want to watch, but not paying, bro. Yeah, BJJ falling is big now. It definitely does. Do you have a judo school? Our nearest judo school is in Seattle. It's a Seattle dojo. Like I said, and I went there a few times, and I want to go back there soon, but they were just having some issues, with COVID restrictions and things where they were just online for a while. Then I had an injury, but I plan on going back. Work for Carolina Handling, also on Highway 20. Wife at Spinks. I'm going to skip ahead a little in the chat because it looks like I got quite a ways behind. So if I missed your comment and you want me to see it, go ahead and just retype it. Justin, how can I watch this? Flowgrappling.com on your PC, but it's going to cost you $150 because you have to pay for a full year. Or at least I know on Roku, you can buy a month like I did. It was $30 to pay for a month. I don't like the production either. The matches themselves are fine, but the weigh-ins and press conference need some work. Oh, for sure. Thank God 1FC has taken over the grappling scenes. Oh, they definitely are too, man. They will contract majority of the top grapplers in the world soon. We don't have to rely on Flow soon. Dude, and the way that they are going to cut, they're already cutting in Muay Thai matches with the MMA for their August 26th show, which I'll be doing a fight companion here, by the way, if you decide you like hanging out with this community. I'd love to have you. We'd love to have you. But that's going to be a great one. They're going to have an actual belts for every weight division in grappling. Same thing with Muay Thai as they do with MMA. 1FC worldwide, they're going to take over the UFC. They've already taken them over for viewership for people that don't know worldwide, where UFC might get, they're lucky if they get 1 million viewers for a show. 1FC is getting 11, 12 million viewers for a show. Eddie Bravo Combat Jiu-Jitsu is on UFC Fight Pass as well. Come on, Flow. Go with the flow. Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing Fight Pass is worth having for anymore now, I think, is their grappling tournaments there. The Combat Jiu-Jitsu and Chael Sonnen's Submission Underground. Oh, face shots, no prior martial arts experience. Began BJJ 10 months ago and haven't looked back. Loving the friendships, roles, and the slow progression towards blue belt. It's giving me so much more confidence. Oh, that's awesome, face shot. Yeah, keep it up, man. One is bringing... Yes, they're bringing the yellow cards back for stalling, too. I forgot about that. I don't see that... I don't know if I ever see them bringing that to the States, but I really wish they would. And I've had this argument about stalling and stand-ups, with quite a few people. One of them in one of my interviews, a respectful argument with Jeremy Horn, of course, MMA fighter of, somewhere around 200 bouts. Not so much an argument, but I guess a preference. I was like, man, I understand where you're coming from, but the way we have it in sports, and we have these 5-minute rounds, I just feel like to move on with entertainment, you got to penalize guys for stalling. And they do it in judo. We had stalling, and stalling was considered, not just inactivity, But stalling was if you did not have your hips up forward, like standing up straight, if you push your hips way back where it was harder to throw you for an extended, maybe 20, 30 seconds, you'd get a yellow card. What's up? We got a super chat. Ahmed Sandoval says Kung Fu black belt and blue and BJJ. Haven't trained due to work, but love it for martial arts. It's like no other. I will try to stay in shape at the gym. Nice. Thank you for the super chat, man. First super chat of the night. Thank you, Ahmed Sandoval. Shout out for the super chat. And if you want to get your name up there, if you want to get your name on the scrolling bar, to any super chats or donations to my Cash App, Seattle Mike. Greatly appreciate it. It helps us here on the channel and get you up on that scrolling bar. Thank you, Ahmed Sandoval. And for those still hanging out, thank you. It says who's number one stream starts in 9 minutes. They're just showing like some old matches and talking to some of the grapplers and things right now. Love submit. Oh, Izzy's head movement sucks. He's gonna leave his chin out there. Alex gonna KO Izzy. Could happen, man. Could happen. I'll pin that up there. Like I said, in an MMA match, I really lean towards Izzy, but dude, you never know what's going to happen. That's why I love the sport. I don't like the 5-minute rounds personally. I liked the old Pride, the 10-minute, and then 10 minutes? I think it was 10 minutes and then 2 5s. Maybe it was a 10-minute round and a 5-minute though. For some reason, I can't remember now. Ahmed, cheers. Thanks, my guys. Robert, thank you. It should be 1 15-minute round. I think you definitely have to have some... I think you would definitely have to have some yellow cards or stalling for that, though. Because I would... Personally, I don't want to see another Royce Gracie Ken Shamrock situation. Because that's the way they used to have it. For those of us who have been watching it since the beginning... they had the no time limits, and then they had the 1 15-minute round. Might have been 25 or 30 minutes. I think Royce and Ken fought in their second match ever. Ended up a draw because it went the whole way. But since there was no stalling, Ken just kind of laid on Royce for the whole freaking match. I don't think that would be good for the sport. With the option to not wear gloves if you don't want to. I like that, Alex. I have a black belt in bong hits. I train every day. I like it. What's up, Drunken Boxing in the house? Good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for popping in, brother. Push or no push? So many black belts, so many cornflake boxes. Guys, how watch now? And Roku. Yeah, Roku, you can get it for $30 a month. I'm sure there's other ways you can get it for $30 a month, maybe on iOS or something. On PC, unfortunately, it looks like they're trying to charge everybody $150 to buy a whole year's worth. If you're just watching one match, that seems kind of almost predatory towards fight fans. But I mean, we're kind of used to it now, right? With $80 pay-per-views. Then you got ESPN Plus just went up to I think $7 or $7.99 a month, which I knew would happen eventually. But, and then if you still got Fight Pass, that's another $10 a month. Then if you want to watch Bellator, like I have all of this stuff, so I know you got to have Showtime, which I do. I loved HBO Boxing, but thank God for my pocketbook. It's just Showtime now. And that they have boxing there on Showtime as well. I have a black belt in alcohol and bowl loads. I like it. No stream for free links. Yeah. yeah, we can't do the free links. I need to stay in, good graces with YouTube to continue to do this. I love doing this. I love just coming on talking about MMA, a little about me if you haven't seen the channel. I mean, I'm a lifelong martial artist. I had some, I've had some amateur boxing bouts as well too. I trained boxing, so I consider I was an amateur boxer for about 2 years. Fought in the old Tough Man contest back in the day. Some of you younger guys maybe never even heard of it, but I think the Tough Enough, those guys that are doing that now, I think it's the same company and they just changed the name. So similar to that, it was kind of like toughest guy in your town kind of thing. What do you recommend for people who can't make it to the Dojo Academy? I don't know. That's the best, man. That's just the best way to do it. I know there's some things. If you're looking for submissions, I know there's some things like the Gracie Academy online. They have a really, really good library of videos that are constantly updating and things like that. I don't think anything substitutes a live training. If you have some friends that you can train with, though, I mean, back in the day, you might have heard of a couple of guys, Matt Hughes and Rich Franklin. Since they were early in the sport, both ended up being champions, one at welterweight, one at middleweight, of course. Trained with old VHS training tapes in a shed. So striking, a punching bag at minimum, I think. If you have somebody you can train with that's as into it as you, I think that's just a big, big feather in your cap. Nah, no, we can't do the links. We get in trouble with YouTube. Sorry, Gordon Ryan versus a prime Rickson Gracie. That'd be one interesting to see. Yeah, if it's straight grappling, I know it's going to upset some people, but I would take Gordon Ryan because I feel like the sport has evolved. I think it's hard to argue that BJJ hasn't evolved because, kind of starting with 10th Planet and Eddie Bravo, he started bringing, the high rubber guard. That wasn't even something that a lot of people did. And now you're seeing so many different modifications on the same moves. You're seeing new moves. You got this guy, Micael Messi, I think, or Mussolini. I can't remember his name quite, but he was on Joe Rogan. I was listening to him. He's one of the best flyweight BJJ fighters in the world. He's going to end up fighting for this 1FC grappling flyweight belt. And he trains with a bunch of hobbyists. He doesn't even train with brown and black belts. He trains with hobbyists, and he's just constantly coming up with new moves, new modifications for moves and things. And yeah, I just feel like, the game's just constantly moving. Can't get to a Dojo Academy? Buy the Danaher instructionals and get a buddy. I think that's good advice, Alex. I got to pin that. I haven't seen much of the Danaher instructionals. I've seen more of the Gracie instructionals, but I know John Danaher is just absolutely obsessed with helping people get better and moving the game of jiu-jitsu on. You have any of that Tough Man competition footage? I remember that show. It was like it was on FX back in the day. No, unfortunately, I was cheap. It was like $30 for the DVDs back in the day, and I always thought, I'll end up buying them. I'll end up buying the DVDs, but I didn't. And yeah, now I wish I had them, but no, I don't have any of them. Mikey Musasimi, thank you. Robert does tutorials as well. Young Intelligent Champion. Yeah, that's the guy I was trying to think of his name a minute ago. Gordon Ryan. You must not like Whoopi Goldberg, Elwood. Yeah, I don't blame you. That face shot. Prime Rickson was 400-0 allegedly. His breathing techniques are fire. I know a lot of people say that's probably BS, the 400-0. If he was really fighting people on beaches, though, and like on the side of the street, all the places that he said he was fighting, I really don't think that's impossible. Because, I mean, you have a guy like Jeremy Horn that, I mean, he's had over 200 fights, all professional fights. Okay, so they are advertising now Android, iOS, Apple TV, Roku TV, Fire TV, and Chromecast. It looks like all of those you should be able to buy a month for $30, I believe. And I'm going to take just a quick, like a 1-minute break, guys, and go take a pee break before this next fight starts. So I'm just going to set up Adam's super chat there. Anybody wants to try to replace him, I will be right back. All right, and we are back. It looks like they just announced that the pre-show here for who's number one is over, so we should have fighters coming to the mat here, finally, as we were expecting them about an hour ago, so thank you everyone for your patience. 6:30. An awesome stream last night, Mike. Even lets people call in between and after the fights, Ahmed. Yes. Yeah, we do some call-ins. Anyone know what time they'll actually start the main event? That's hard to tell late notice because certain matches can last different amounts. Leandro Lowe, unfortunately, I know a lot of you guys know he was a great Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner, unfortunately died in an altercation. I believe it was yesterday. So R.I.P. Leandro Lowe. That's a horrible thing. Thoughts and prayers to the family of Leandro Lowe. That's too soon. I believe he was 33 years old. Hickson had a big rivalry with Brazilian wrestlers, always coming to their dojo and challenge them to a fight. It's 400-0 is very possible. Yeah, no, I mean, and I don't doubt it. And for those that have watched my channel, I know most of you, at least the hardcores, have seen the Mark Schultz interview. Olympic gold medalist, unfortunately, most known probably for his book, the movie, and his book by the same name, The Foxcatcher. He had like a secret, basically like a secret bout with Rickson Gracie in a wrestling room in Utah. And at the time, you know, Mark he didn't know any submissions, but he held Rickson down for like 30 minutes. And then, you know, Rickson, he finally got tired out and Rickson was able to tap him because Mark was, you know, he didn't know submission moves yet. But those two became good friends. Mark Schultz became, a big name in the jiu-jitsu world. He practiced jiu-jitsu all the time. And I don't know if anybody's in here from the state of Utah, but I know as far as the grappling scene, getting huge over there in Utah. I've gotten to be friends with Jeremy Horn. He's living over there, former UFC fighter. Mark Schultz is, like I said, is over there. Also, Rulon Gardner, who I met at a wrestling camp. By the way, just while I'm on here, out of curiosity, if anybody has like kids in a wrestling camp or a high school there that you think would like to have a camp with Rulon Gardner, I am friends with former gold medalist Rulon Gardner. He is starting back up his wrestling camps. He did one in Snohomish, the high school that my children went to. So you can just email me fightswithfriends@gmail.com. I'm going to put that on there. If there is enough interest in that area, Rulon will try to make it to that area and do a camp. I highly, highly recommend it. Great guy, too. What's up, King James in the house? Good to see the regulars popping in now. Man says, that's awesome. Thanks, Brazilians. Challenging each other is in their DNA. Yeah, they're definitely like some manly men. The Brazilians, nothing against anybody else, but the Brazilians, the Russians, they seem to really still have that fire. So they're all 7 matches they just put up on the board. 2 featherweight matches, followed by a middleweight, then a featherweight, middleweight, and 2 heavyweight matches. Oh, I didn't realize Rafael Lovato Jr. Is fighting at heavyweight tonight. Wow, so starting out here in just a minute, you'll have Diogo Reis from Fight Sports taking on Estevan Martinez of ZR Team. Last No Limit match, I remember, Sakuraba versus Gracie. I know there were probably people that didn't like that match because it lasted like an hour and 36 minutes. That was one of my favorite matches of all time, Paulie. I'd like to watch that again sometime. That's a dedication. That's a dedication in your life, though, to watch one match for an hour and 36 minutes. But we got no time limit tonight. I mean, it could be beaten tonight. We could see a match over an hour and a half. I have to work very early in the morning, so part of me kind of hopes it doesn't go an hour and a half, but it would be fun. Was the best BJJ for MMA? I'd say Paul Craig in a light heavyweight or Charles Olives. Yeah, I really like Paul Craig's division. Charles Oliveira has slowly become one of my favorite fighters, like maybe of all time. That guy he just finishes everybody. And, I mean, I know a lot of people are counting him out in his next fight, I think against Islam Makhachev. That's insane. That's insane to count that dude out against anybody. But you're saying who has the best BJJ for MMA? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like Paul Craig. Oliveira, obviously. He's really showed it in there. But you got guys that, they're very good jiu-jitsu guys. There's Mikey Masamesi. They were just showing on the mat there. Robert. Showing some of his work. So apparently he's going to do some flow sports. But one guy, I thought that his jiu-jitsu was great. He ran into some problems with some testing controversy, but I think he ended up going 8-2 in the UFC. But that's Robert Drysdale. I got his book here. He sent it to me, Opening Closed Guard. He's got an interview on the channel. If you want to check it out, go to the Fights Afraid page and just type in Robert Drysdale. But incredible story behind this guy. And if you see anything that say Team Zenith or Zenith Gym, Zenith BJJ, that was all started by Robert Drysdale. And I mean, he's a stud. He's like, his name is like right there. And there's a lot of you, if you're watching Flow Grappling, you probably know who he is. But I mean, his name is almost right there with like the Gracies. Super incredible grappler. What's up, MMA Knowledge? Oh, Gary Tonen's a stud. One got some killer jiu-jitsu practitioners. I agree. On New Britain Polish, there's a wrestler called Alexander Korlad, who won gold medal at 92 Summer Olympics. They put him in there in UFC 1. There might not be Hoist Gracie. I believe he's the one that, what's his name? Rulon Gardner ended up defeating. So just showing a lot of grappling on the mat right now from former matches. But this is the card for those that are still waiting here. Starting out, you got Diogo Reis from Fight Sports taking on Estevan Martinez from ZR Team. That should be coming up here shortly. That's at featherweight. Then next, from Fight Sports, Fabricio Andrey taking on Fabian Ramirez of Serra Jiu-Jitsu. So you got Matt Serra in there. And I know Nick Serra. I know Nick Serra. He's a friend of mine. Also been training with those guys down there. So I'm sure has rolled with Fabian Ramirez. Middleweight, from Perdigo Submission Fighting, Jacob Couch taking on Jacob Rodriguez of B Team. That's a middleweight. Another featherweight bout. Featherweight female bout tonight. The only female bout. Bia Mesquita and Elisabeth. Bia Mesquita of Gracie Hamate against Elisabeth Clay of Ares. That's a featherweight. Middleweight, 10th Planet, the only 10th Planet fighter tonight, Alan Sanchez. He's a fun guy to watch too. Very creative, but he's going to have his hands full tonight because he's taking on Micael Galvão, and Galvão's just a stud. He might be the most athletic guy on the card tonight. Honestly, maybe even more so than Gordan Ryan, just because he's a middleweight and Gordan Ryan's a heavyweight. Rafael Lovato of Six Blades, of course, former Bellator world champion. Going to be fighting tonight. I think he's going to have his hands full, though, tonight with Nicholas Meregali of New Wave. And Rafael Lovato, I was surprised to see that he's at heavyweight. But Meregali, if you haven't seen him fight, dude is just an absolute stud. I would actually take him over Rafael Lovato tonight. And then, of course, the main event, Gordan Ryan and Felipe Pena. Yeah, first fight starting. Here any moment. Still going, no fights have happened yet. Knowledge in the house. What's up, MMA Knowledge? Good to see you, man. Bruno Familia. Fajea de Lima Fajea. Yeah, nobody's won yet. First fight starting now. I'll be starting in a few minutes. So what do you think about my Broncos taking Russell Wilson from Seattle, Mike? Oh, man. The low blow coming in. You just got here. You're already throwing low blows at me. Obviously, it's not good, man. You took one of the best quarterbacks in football, no longer on my team. God, I hope they can sign somebody, because what is that? Who is that dude that I can't even think of the name that we end up getting that they think they're going to start? Drew Lock. I don't see him being a starter. Not a good one. Even with DJ Metcalf to throw to. But Yeah, I think he's going to be a huge pickup for you guys. YouTube would ban Mike if he did that. His commentary is better than UFC moaners who refuse to describe exchanges. Well, thank you, King James. I appreciate it. Chris says, let's go. It's only on Flow Grappling. Yes, Sebastian. Like you said, yeah. With the set-top boxes, I paid $30 for the month on Roku. Looks like, I think, Chromecast, iOS, Amazon Fire, all of those, you can still get it for $30 a month. Unfortunately, on PC, the only option I see is to pay $150 for the year. Order Fight with Flo and tune in with Mike for commentary. Thank you, King James. A big trade, man. Y'all got like a Drew Lock, no offense, Shelby Harris, and 2 others. Yeah, we got some good draft picks and stuff. I'm not going to say we didn't, that we got screwed by the deal at all, though. I really don't think we did. Okay, you got the what do you call it, Matt side commentators voting right now. For those that are watching, all 4 picked Reis in the first, REIS, in the first match. Second match between Fabian Ramirez and Fabricio Andrey. Out of the 4, all 4 of them picked Fabricio Andrey. I've seen Fabricio too. I also picked Fabricio in that one. But how about them Eagles? Good squad this year. Eagles won the draft for sure. Yeah, they should definitely be quite a bit better. It's a strange first time not watching along, and I'm okay with it. Mike does a perfect job at commentary. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. I definitely try. I've been doing it for 5 years now, so hopefully I've gotten a little better. Oh, everybody looking at Couch and J-Rod. That's going to be our 4th match tonight. Jacob Rodriguez and Jacob Couch. Split so far. 2 of the Matt side commentators. One taking Couch, one taking Rodriguez. Gonna go buy a Roku as soon as I can. Yeah, you can pick them up you can pick up a decent one for like $30 now. So I've sworn by Roku for a while. I got the Roku Ultra. They're usually like $120. There was a Black Friday sale where they were $50, so I picked up 2 of them a couple years back. Everyone in Sticks uses Roku. Nice. Chromecast. I have not used Chromecast, but I don't know. I've always liked Roku. I hear people that are fiddlers and hackers kind of like Amazon, or not Amazon Fire, but excuse me, Chromecast a little better. Maybe you can catch different things on there. Just minutes away from the first match here, guys. Anybody, if you do go out, come back in. I promise we are going to be covering all the matches here tonight. I just can only, I have to go by Flow Grappling's pace. I can't call the fights before they happen. Sorry if this has already been explained, but the announcers are implying something happened to Pena. What happened? I have not heard anything, but they're doing all their predictions right now. So I'm assuming that they're going to talk about that. And as soon as I hear anything, I'll update you. But yeah, I had not heard anything. That would suck. They are breaking down right now the only female bout of the night, Beatriz Mesquita and Elisabeth Clay. First 2 of the Matt side commentators picking Mesquita. King James, you got a Roku. This is rare for you to watch and follow along. Right on. Thank you for being so responsive. No problem. Random nerd stuff. You know, I pride myself in having I call it the most interactive fight companion on YouTube. So I try to get to, you know, at most every comment, if not every comment. And just, you know, we got a pretty tight community here. We have people that come in every week. So hit that like button. If you're just coming in, hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you be part of the community. Love to have people that like to contribute too. You know, talk about what got you into MMA, why you like watching grappling matches or, you know, boxing, whatever it is that got you into combat sports. Myself, as a kid, I remember watching Mike Tyson, but the most memorable, well, one of the most memorable things, I remember buying a VHS tape because I wasn't even able to watch this on TV. It was Best Sports Moments of the 80s, and I bought this in like 89. I was 89 or 90, so I would have been 11 or 12. Oh, everybody picking Galvão tonight. I'm picking Galvão too in his fight against Alan Sanchez of 10th Planet. But Alan Sanchez is a stud too, but I mean, Micael Galvão, I think he's on another level. Well, thank you, Random Nerd Stuff. I think they're implying that after what happened to Leandro Lowe, Peña's head won't be in it. Oh, because they were training partners together. Yeah, thank you, John's Claude Beaver. Yeah, glad to have you, Random. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, I got to upgrade the tip jar here. We got a tip earlier from Ahmed Sandoval. But yeah, Galvão is a stud. But no, as I was saying, I remember buying a VHS tape. I still remember $5.88. His Best Sports Moments of the 90s. I bought it from an old box store called Griggs. I don't know if there's any of them still around. But I remember watching that and Roy Jones Jr. battle through the 88 Olympics. And then, of course, be ripped off in that gold medal match against Park Si-hung. And I was a huge Roy Jones Jr. fan and boxing fan ever since then. Love it. Just finished the Street Fighter 2 story today. What do you mean by the Street Fighter 2 story? Like a movie or an animated series? I know they made a few things on it. All right, last predictions coming out, guys. This is the co-main event. Rafael Lovato Jr. And Nicholas Meregali. As good as Rafael is, I was surprised that Rafael's fighting a heavyweight. Of course, he was middleweight champion over there in Bellator. Defeated Gegard Mousasi. Lost the belt in the rematch later on. But definitely a stud in MMA. We've always known he's had a great jiu-jitsu game. But I am picking Nicholas Meregali today. So there you go. Split among the mat side commentators, though. Two of them have Meregali. Two of them have Lovato. And they are going to make their predictions for the main event between Gordan Ryan and Felipe Pena here in just a moment. Oh, the game story mode, Mike. Oh, thank you. Oh, the arcade. Gotcha, Ahmed. Yeah, I thought maybe, but yeah, I haven't played Street Fighter 2 in a while. That was one of my, that was my favorite video game, of course, by far growing up. I remember playing Street Fighter 1 in the arcade, and it was, of course, it was blocky. But it was like nothing I ever seen. It was the controls were janky. It was real hard to do the special moves. You had to be like perfect on the fireballs and the spin kicks and things. And then, you know, there was a lot more forgiveness in Street Fighter 2. I just blew our minds when that came out in 92. I'd have been 14. At the time, and yeah, I remember we would just wait in line. You'd wait in line in the arcade in a line for an hour to play one match. Talking about Street Fighter a lot over the years on this channel. Hey, love chat dating site. Get the fook out of here. We don't play that BS here. Thank you, Robert. Robert's on it. Moderator Robert, the drunk in charge. Thank you, Ahmed. Cheeto is going to destroy. Oh, so we got one vote for Pena. You got the Matt side commentators here voting on the Gordan, Jared Gordan versus Felipe Pena match. You got 2 for Gordan, 1 for Pena, and you're going to get one more vote there in a minute. All right, so there you go. No surprise there. Gordan Ryan getting 3 of the 4 votes at the commentators table there. But yeah, like I said, though, I remember getting into boxing. I remember watching Roy Jones, of course, Street Fighter 2, and it came out, was awesome. But you know, one of the best memories I remember of martial arts too was when I was in 4th grade. So I had to do some math here. I remember how old I was. So I think like 10 years old. So this is like 1988. And I seen Into the Dragon for the first time with my best friend Ben at the time. We went over to his house and we watched it in like the afternoon or something. We stayed up all night because we watched that movie 5 times back to back to back. And then I think I ended up watching it another couple times before the week was over. I rented it again. We rented it from old Ma's Video in Walla Walla, Washington. I watched it 5 times then. And then I said I watched it a few more times throughout the week. And then I was hooked on sparring, on, you know, me and my friend, we had our little kind of like ghetto setup, martial arts training in his backyard. We found some old boxing gloves. We made an old punching bag out of his dad had an old duffel bag from when he was in the military. And then one of my neighbors that collected, she made these quilts out of all these clothes. She would either get donated or she would buy them cheap, like from yard sales, and she'd cut them up and make these quilts. But she had quite a bit of material that you know, that wasn't really useful for it. So we took garbage bags of that, stuffed them in that duffel bag, and made ourselves our first heavy bag, and it worked pretty well. Got some punching bags, and then out of I guess just good graces and good luck, he ended up having a guy who used to be a professional boxer in Mexico move in. He rented the upstairs apartment of the place that his parents owned. So then we got to train with an actual professional boxer. What's up? Grass Goon 420, 225 pounds, 5-minute miles, 20 round sessions. You're 225 running 5-minute miles? Yeah, that's pretty impressive, man. Remember the movie The Last Dragon? Bruce Leroy? Come direct your feet to Daddy Green's Pizza. Who's the master? Am I? Yeah, I remember The Last Dragon. I remember No Retreat, No Surrender. That's one maybe a lot of people don't remember, but yeah, that was definitely about Bruce Lee, about a kid that moved to Seattle, actually. Moved to Seattle and was a Bruce Lee fan. Van Damme, I believe it was the first movie he was ever in. Plays the bad guy towards the end of the movie. 1984 movie, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that was one of my favorite MMA movies. And I remember we would shout that out when we were in a match, when we were in judo, if somebody was in a bad position, if they were on the ground. Or at least I would. I don't know that anybody else ever did. Maybe one other guy, but I would get out there and I'd scream, "No retreat! No surrender!" when we were in high school, and just a couple times, like, it worked to motivate people, and then every time I would do it, everybody would just start busting up laughing. So, American Ninja Classic. Yes, it was. They call me Bruce. Dude, where can I see it? What's up, Daniel? Carbonell. Only on Flow Grappling, and they charge you it's $150 for a year of Flow Grappling if you get it on your PC. On the set-top boxes, a lot of them have an option. Mine's on the Roku. They had an option for $30 for a month, so I paid for it. I wanted to especially do a fight reaction for this, because I knew a lot of people wanted to see it, but I also knew, you know, maybe a lot of people didn't have $150 to pay for a year of this, or want to, and it's always fun. I do these fight companions pretty much every week. It's always more fun to have you guys as fight fans sit there and have somebody to talk about the fights with and enjoy them with. We've had a tight community here, pretty tight community, like I said, for about 5 years here on Fights with Friends. Pretty much everybody's friends. That if they weren't friendly with everybody, pretty much they're not here anymore. But definitely invite anybody that's big into combat sports, MMA, boxing, kickboxing, you know, UFC, Bellator, whatever it is, that, you know, would like to be in a community of fellow fight fans, to hit that subscribe button, and hit that like button, push us up on the algorithm so we can get back to where we were. And yeah, hit that subscribe button. And yeah, we'd love to have you be part of the community. Haha, yes, the glow is a real thing from The Last Dragon. Just kidding. I wish the glow was real. Thank you, brother. If you have a Roku, what's the app you use to watch it? Flow Sports. The app is Flow Sports. You should be able to download it on any phone, iOS or Android. I'm just not sure if they're going to all give you the option to buy 1 month for $30, or if you have to buy the year for $150. We used to yell "sweep the leg" during wrestling tournaments. I like it, Chris. They should do that for fighters who come back during a fight. Put the glow around him for us at home. Oh, that would be hilarious. Yeah, no, that would be great. Yo, what's your prediction for Gordan versus Felipe? I think Gordan's going to get it eventually. I know he wants to get a heel hook. I know Gordan, because he wasn't able to finish his other 2 fights against Felipe to get that heel hook. I still don't think he gets it. But I think in transition, he ends up getting hooks. I'm going to say Gordon Ryan by rear naked choke, or some kind of modification, maybe an arm triangle, or even a modified guillotine or Von Flue choke. On the phone, only gives the option for the year, also my tablet. Oh, that sucks, Robert. Yeah, yo, what's your prediction? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just answered that. 62 up in the chat. Guys, just a few minutes away from Estevan Martinez and Diogo Reis. At least on Android devices. It would be sensational for Pena to help Gordan discover a morsel of humility. Yeah, he can be cocky. He can definitely be cocky. He reminds me of a guy that we used to compete at from one of our local dojos, actually. And he would come around he would put on his big Superman shirt. And this dude would literally just walk around. I mean, I don't think Gordan's as much of a douche, don't get me wrong. But this guy would he'd just walk around with a Superman shirt on, chest puffed out, and, trying to stare everybody down. The dude was ridiculous. He was also good, though. Now, I will admit, I went up against him twice. I ended up losing both times. First time I went up against him, for anybody that knows judo, you got big weight classes. So I was 156 at the time, and it was not, probably still is not uncommon for guys to fight outside of their weight class if there's not enough competitors. And that's what I would usually do if there was, if there was only one or two guys that showed up in my weight class. I would usually encourage guys, hey, let's solidify some of these weight classes so we get more matches and more experience. But I ended up going against a guy that was 185 when I was supposed to be at 156. And I popped my rib out. All right, it looks like we're just seconds away from the first match, guys. They're live here on Flow Sports. Excuse me. Where we are with Ryan versus Pena. What's up, Sideshow Rupert? It's still going to be a few matches. Still going to be a few matches away. I'm taking Gordan in that one, though. Like I said, I'm going to take Gordan by RNC or some kind of choke. Gordan the King will give the commentary another prediction how he finishes the match. I hope he does that. Did the last two times I watched him compete. He better not be too cocky tonight against Felipe Pena, though. For people that have seen Felipe Pena, this will be the third time Gordan Ryan has fought him. Competed against him. In my mind, Felipe Pena, you guys, if you think I'm wrong, you can throw another name out there. But at heavyweight, I would say he's the second best grappler in BJJ, next to Gordan Ryan. And, of course, there's going to be some people that are going to argue that Pena is better. I'm more excited. I'm Gordan versus Galvão, even though Galvão's a bit older now. I feel like I could still give a good matchup. Oh, Galvão's fighting tonight, and that's going to be a sensational match. Galvão taking on Alan Sanchez from 10th Planet. Hey, best adult side, get the fook out of here. Yeah, no free stream. Sorry, man. Don't forget to change the bond water. An old wise man told me. Haha. Can't get by me. No, Robert's on top of things. The drunken chard's always got the chat on lockdown. Always. All right, guys. It looks like they're doing the pre-talk for the first two grapplers coming out here. So hopefully any second here. I'm going to take a last restroom break and grab a little water for this next match. So until somebody knocks them off, I'm going to put up Ahmed Sandoval's super chat up there, and I will be right back. All right, and there are tonight's lineups. Diogo Reis versus Estevan Martinez. Coming up at featherweight, Fabricio Andrey versus Fabian Ramirez. Also at featherweight, middleweights, Jacob Couch and Jacob Rodriguez. Featherweights, the female bout, Bia Mesquita versus Elisabeth Clay. Then more middleweights, Micael Galvão, we were just talking about, against Alan Sanchez from 10th Planet. And the co-main event, Rafael Lovato Jr., former Bellator middleweight champion, taking on Nicholas Meregali of New Wave. And also at heavyweight, which is crazy for Rafael Lovato Jr., by the way, fought in Bellator at middleweight. And then you got Felipe Pena of Gracie Barra, of course, against Gordan Ryan of New Wave Grappling in the main event. And, of course, the main event, for those that don't know, we are guaranteed a victory. Gordan Ryan and Felipe Pena. No time limit. No time limit, guys. They will go until someone gets a submission tonight. Like to take a quick second out before the action gets fast and furious here to give a shout out to the premium members of Fights with Friends. Guys, everybody on this list donates at least $5 or more a month to keep this channel going. Our premium members, real quick, Greg Brimstone, Melton Theron Nelson, PBR Street Gang, Arcade Chaos, The Time Bender, and sometimes co-commentator Billy Hughes, The Drunken Charge, Robert Kerrigan, Mac 209, Brock Ellery, John Coffey, Phil D. Roll, Chef Johnson, Yippee Kaye, Thrice Great, King Brown, and Trevi McTrev. Big shout out to all of our premium members, and thank you for supporting the channel with a monthly donation. Listening while playing video games. Great matches all night. Very interested to see J-Rod versus Couch. If Couch can't land sneaky that intro, I think J-Rod takes it. Hey, what's going on, William Cowser? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I got J-Rod on that one too. I mean, not that Couch can't take it, but yeah, I definitely, if I was betting on it, I'm definitely taking Jacob Rodriguez. So, weed break, anyone? No breaks, Robert. Meregali over Lovato. Completely agree, William. Completely agree. Especially since, like I said, Rafael Lovato, I mean, he was a middleweight in MMA. He's fighting at heavyweight tonight. So, I don't know. I don't think that's going to be to his advantage. When you think they'll replay it for free. I don't know, Scott, but I will tell you guys something. So here's something I can do for you guys, and I will do. If you go to my Twitter, and I'll put the link up for my Twitter, any finishes tonight, I will do a quick recording, and I've had good luck with posting finishes on my Twitter, and people have, you know, I've only gotten 1 or 2 videos pulled down. And I didn't get in trouble for it, so. So there you go. And look at Seattle Mike. There's going to be a space at Fights W Friends. If you want to follow me over on Twitter, and when I throw up a video, I'll also throw up the link to the video so it'll go straight to it. Over there on Twitter, Seattle Mike at Fights W Friends. Love Lovato, tough matchup with Meregali. Oh, I totally agree. We're going to see more Gordan Ryan smothering 100%. Haha. Now, I thought that was weird when I said that I never take breaks, only in my sleep. Yeah, you take weed breaks, though, I know. I know, Robert. Robert may not know it, but he inspired me to do a little less drinking and a few more edibles on the old cannabis here in Washington. It is completely legal. Oh, thank you, Caruso. Can't hear it very loud though, right? I think we're okay just from my headphones. No stream here, just play-by-play commentary. Sorry. All right, love chat, best adult dating site. You are very persistent tonight, but get the fook out of here. Good job, Robert Kerrigan. Beat me to it once again. All right, 61 up in the chat. If you like everything boxing, MMA, grappling, combat sports, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and join us on basically a weekly basis here. All right, guys. Featherweight's coming up, making his way onto the mat. Right now, Estevan Martinez of ZR Team, 28 years old, out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. All right, guys, Estevan Martinez, of course, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and now it's quiet, Mr. Seattle Mike. Oh, thank you, Chris and Jim. I think we're fine with it being quiet. And yes, you guys are correct. If you want to watch the prelims, I just realized the prelims, guys, I don't know how many of those matches it's going to be. But please, stick around. I love you stick around and chat in the commentary. But I will tell you, he is correct. Diogo Reis, 20 years old, of Manaus, Brazil, in featherweight. You guys can watch the prelims over on YouTube, and I will send you a link for that because it's on YouTube and it is free. Just give me just 1 minute. I'll even get you guys the link for this, and you guys can watch along. I don't know why I'm having a hard time finding the share button here. All right, it is on. It's at Flow Grappling on YouTube anyways, because I got to get started. Diogo Reis in the red tape, Estevan Martinez in the blue. These guys are at featherweight. 15-minute time limit. I need to set the time clock up here. All right, bout one, Fight Sports against ZR Team. Oh, and there's a takedown attempt here from Estevan Martinez. Reis spins him around. Reis on top inside the guard of Estevan now, an open guard of Estevan Martinez of Z Team. And we'll see if Estevan, the baby shark, as he calls himself, is able to pass. Excuse me, that's Diogo Reis, the baby shark, on top. Looking to pass. He's in half guard right now, or sometimes I like to call it half mount. Lifting weights and martial arts, taboo. Nope, I think it's pretty normal as long as you're not lifting super heavy weights. Oh, and the baby, great move there by the baby shark. Diogo Reis looking to jump mount. He's got to be careful. Estevan looking for a possible guillotine attempt there. First bout of the night here on Who's Number One. And Estevan trying to get up. He's got to be careful with Diogo here, though. Diogo, he's looking to get hooks in. He's got to get that right leg back around. He's almost got hooks. He's got a scissor. Excuse me, kind of like a body triangle in between the legs now. Now he turns around. Now he's getting hooks in. He's getting that hand by the chin there for the rear naked choke. Oh, now he's got an arm bar. Oh, and Esteban is out. What a move by Esteban! Escapes and ends up on top. What a reversal. Esteban Martinez. Diego Reis was working on an RNC. Then started to transition into an armbar there. I thought he might have it. And Esteban Martinez, great scramble, ends up on top here. Got a feeling Couch is winning tonight. Strength and conditioning. I'm going with Rodriguez to beat him tonight. But Couch could definitely do it. That's going to be a competitive match. That might be the most competitive match tonight on paper. This one pretty competitive so far, too, though, as Esteban Martinez on top now as Diego Reis was controlling the action early. Esteban Martinez kind of leaning on Diogo in a kind of half guard here, straightening the legs out, isolating him so Diogo can't really pull off any offensive moves from the bottom here. And Baby Shark looking to move on, pushing the leg to the side. Great move there, Diego. Reis, Baby Shark now in side control. Oh, Esteban Martinez, he's got a leg looking for the reversal, but great athletic move there by Diogo to hop around the other side and keep the dominant position here. Does anybody in here train gi or gi and no gi? Be interesting to see what your, what some of your opinions are on the differences. Because I know we used to do gi and we do a no gi back in the day. This is in the late 90s. We would do a no-gi every week. All right, great move there by Diego Reis. Moves to side control. Esteban looking to get that leg from the bottom here, though. And you see Diogo looking to his coaches for some advice. He's very close to getting the hooks in. He just needs to get that left foot up a little higher and step down. And Esteban reverses it. Now Esteban on top. Great reversal there from Esteban Martinez. That's the second big reversal he's had in this match. And Diogo kind of playing with him in a rubber guard there. Now he's got an arm. Can't get the arm, but he ends up with a heel. We'll see if he's able to do anything out of this. Esteban very slippery, and he's out. Now Diego Reis standing over Esteban, looking for a point of entry. He's got that left foot of Esteban Martinez. And he's going to jump up into that kind of half mount that we talked about earlier. I use the defense soap for grapplers. I'm liking it in case anyone hasn't tried it yet. I actually never have. I probably need to. Joe Rogan swears by the soap when he grappled. Oh, look at this. Diego Reis working on arm control here. Esteban Martinez might be in some trouble. He's out. Okay, and he's out, and Diego moves back to side control. Tries to flip over a mount, and look at the reversal here from Esteban, though. And Estevan digging for a foot here. He's got to heel. And now Estevan back on top. Diogo working with that open guard. He's got a heel. Pulls it out. And Estevan's out. Now Estevan going for a heel. Wow, wild transition there. Both guys with the heel. Looks like somebody lost a mouth guard or something off of him onto the mat. But Estevan, Diogo's got to work to get out of this right now. Estevan Martinez working on a fairly deep heel hook here. As long as he fights this defensively and steps over, which he does. He fought right there, and Diogo Reis is out. My dojo, we had no-go days and go days. Main difference was the gi there, our new submission threats to defend use, and a no-go was that you have to work more to maintain control, but I prefer no gi. Oh, no gi, sorry, yeah. I mean, and everybody says that no gi is better for self-defense. I understand parts of why people say that, but for those who have trained with a gi on, especially if you end up in a self-defense situation where somebody has like a big coat or a hoodie on, oh man, massive advantage. All right, and Diogo Reis, look at that jump, jumps to mount. Most dominant position of the night here for Diogo Reis. Oh, he's got one leg still out and hooked. So basically, like I'd say, like a half mount, maybe a 3/4 mount, if that's a thing. Because Estevan Martinez is holding on to that leg for his life. Estevan Martinez got that leg locked in a triangle there. And it is keeping Diogo Reis from really moving forward. But Diego's maybe working on something on that right arm of Estevan. And he is out. Estevan Martinez, he's been great at the scrambles. He's been very active. He was very defensive in those those first 7-8 minutes. Oh, look at the armbar attempt! Diogo Reis, he almost had it. Transition straight into going for the RNC, though. Now he's putting the chokes in. Estevan Martinez completely on the defense now. Diogo straightened him out. Now, I will say nowadays it is hard, especially in grappling only, to get the RNC on experienced fighters, especially in the especially once you've been rolling around a little while and everybody started sweating. And Daniel Gutierrez Zantagoya, welcome to Top Contender. We got a new premium member. Everybody, props. Props to Daniel Gutierrez. Hey, thank you, man. Thanks for joining the club. Thanks for supporting the channel. And I appreciate you. And Diogo Reis now full guard. He's bringing up that rubber guard, though. Looked like he was going for a triangle. Turns it into an armbar here. Oh, good step over there from Estevan to get out of that. Estevan's been great with the scrambles. Just hasn't had so much offense. There's an athletic move by Estevan Martinez. Oh, might end up biting him, though. Jumps right into a heel hook of Diogo Reis, and Reis going to switch to get a better position here. He's going to let go of the heel hook. Estevan Martinez, he's got one heel there. I don't think Diogo's in any trouble with that one, though. And Reis in a good position. I love the side control for arm bars. And you see he's got the right arm now. And Estevan Martinez, great scramble there to get out of that. And he sits down in a guillotine. They stand up for a moment. Diogo Reis puts on the guillotine. Doesn't get it. But look at that. Lands in mount. Wow, this is a wild scrambles. Now Esteban Martinez reverses and he's on top. Oh, look at the roll there by Baby Shark. And Diogo Reis reverses it, and he is back on top, the dominant position. I got to get an Instagram, Ahmed. I still do not do anything on Instagram. Facebook group invite only, and Twitter. I think Mike doesn't do it. And they're going to stand him up. They're going to stall in position, and here's the takedown attempt here from Esteban Martinez. Oh, looks to go for a little judo sweep inside. Ochigari attempt, and oh, nice double leg there from Diogo Reis. Esteban pops right back up. But that's where I think it definitely would be beneficial to have some judo training when you get in these transitions. And oh, great single leg there from Diogo Reis. And I think Diego's got more energy at this point than Esteban. Esteban seems more tired. And Diogo working on either an arm triangle or maybe a neck crank here. He's got both hands locked. It's not under the chin here, but Diogo Reis is very tight. And as we talk about on this channel all the time, you can start a choke without being under the chin yet. You can get the submission without being under the chin. If it's tight enough and in the right area. But Diogo running out of time here. And Esteban Martinez getting back to his feet. Now he's got the leg of Diogo looking to get the takedown, but they are back to standing. And the time clock's going to be a little off now because they actually stopped the time there. 105, 104, 103, 102, 101, 1 minute. Oh, good sprawl there by Diogo Reis. Immediately spins and takes the back off the takedown attempt there from Esteban. And he's got hooks in now. Let's see if he can pull off a choke here. Great defense there from Esteban Martinez. And Esteban turns it around into the guard of Diogo, but he's on top now. Esteban's had some great reversals. He just hasn't had as many offensive moves as Diogo tonight. And they're going to stand up again with seconds left. 25 seconds left in this bout. Somebody's going to get desperate here. And Esteban shoots for a takedown. Diogo pushing him off pretty easily there. Oh, and Diogo going. Oh, he really went for an armbar there, but he's going to run out of time. Surprised where more people don't go for a triangle from the back. Yeah, it surprises me sometimes too, man. F for F, bye. Yes, get the fook out of here. All right, this is agreed. Esteban looked tired. Found it. I think I sent a request. Thank you. Ahmed Sandoval. I'll look for that right now. The Fights with Friends Facebook group, and this is just by Facebook now. It's, I believe since they've made all their groups public, you don't actually have to make a request. You can just join. So, I could report that guy to YouTube. All right, wow, what a match. Decision time. I got to give this one to you, Diogo. And there you go, out of Fight Sports, representing the red corner, Diogo Reis. He just had more offense tonight. He also had more takedowns. He was really good at defending the takedown attempts from Estevan. Didn't end up getting a submission in that match, but good work out there for Diogo Reis. I'm sure he's got some things that he'll want to work on to get the finish next time. But great matches. Estevan Martinez. I mean, I think he's going to want to be. He's gonna want to be more offensive and go for more submissions. His reversals and his defenses were great tonight. Oops. Sorry, Robert. I accidentally clicked on you, removed the moderator. I just put it back on. So, bit of blood in a lad's mouth. It's easy to do sometimes when you're scrolling down on the chat bar. All right, another featherweight match up next. Fabian Ramirez and Fabricio Andrey. And for those familiar with it, you can leave your predictions for that one. I think Fabricio Andrey is going to get it. I have not seen Fabian Ramirez fight as much, though. I'm honestly not sure if I've ever seen him compete. But I am familiar with Fabricio. Cool. Check us out. Fights of Friends gone public. Where can I buy stock? Fights of Friends coin. Sounds like a soft-spoken 10-year-old. How old is? I believe he's 20. I believe he's 20 years old. So he is young. And I think you're like a year younger than me, Robert. You can probably relate to this. I remember looking at my friends around the same age. I'm like, oh, we don't look that much different than we did, when we were in our late 20s, early 30s. Then I see people that are in their 20s, and they look like babies. And then I realize, oh, yeah, I've definitely aged a lot. I think he's 20. All right, Ramirez and Andrey coming up. Now we're moving quickly. Hopefully, after all that wait. All right, guys. And as I said, if you want to watch the prelims along with the commentary, guys, over there on YouTube on the Flow Grappling page, they are showing the prelims over there. If you want to help us, if you can do me a favor, I would appreciate it. Do they have a live chat? I thought they did have a live chat over there. Maybe they didn't.
Seamlessly adapt to the mysteries of tomorrow.
Oh no, they do have a live chat. Yes. So over there, if you go over there, if you can just tell people, hey, when the prelims are over, Fights with Friends is showing the commentary for the main card. I would appreciate it. Get people back over this way.
This Tezos Who's Number 1 is brought to you by Tezos, the energy-efficient blockchain and official partner of Flow Sports. Tezos, designed to evolve,
So my
built to
daughter's
empower.
24.
Visit Tezos.com
Yeah,
to learn more.
makes us feel old,
Presented
right?
by Defense Soap,
Yeah.
now the official soap and body
Young
wipe
David,
of
as
Flow
I call
Grappling,
him, my son. He'll be
protecting you for over 50
22 in
years.
December, and
Defend
my
what you
youngest
built.
is 19. Matt Sandoval says, I'm 28. Oh, prime competing age, man.
Hey, my name's Fabian. I'm a brown belt out of Sarah BJJ and Vanguard BJJ. My jiu-jitsu is dynamic. When I get going, when I get people off balance, you're going to see a flurry of attacks. I know he's explosive. I know he loves anime too.
My name is Fabricio Andrey, but you can call me Hokage. I'm 22 years old, and I'm black belt under Melky Galvão.
Come over here for the commentary.
It's crazy, man. I'm gonna jump and I'm gonna try to submission.
On the main
I'm prepared
card.
to defend Fabian's attack.
I come alive in competition. There's something deep inside of me that just like burns to compete. You're gonna see me going hard, so can't wait.
My jiu-jitsu is very aggressive, and I like to finish my opponents.
These opportunities don't come every day, and I'm always ready. So yeah, I was excited more than anything.
I'm very excited for competing. It's my first match in Who's Number 1.
Next month.
Fabricio, our names
Your
are
birthday
too alike.
coming up.
That's why the captain's coming for you.
É nóis, cachorros loucos.
Happy birthday next month. Hope I make it to 52. Fingers crossed. You'll get there, man. Haha. Chris says, keep smoking. Hey, some people, you know, it might help. As far as I know, nobody's ever died from marijuana.
In our next preliminary match in the featherweight class. This match will have a 15-minute time limit. Wearing the blue. Training out of Long Island, New York, and representing Sarah Jiu-Jitsu
#1 next match coming up. Another featherweight bout. Fabian Ramirez, Fabricio Andrey.
Fabian Ramirez returns to Who's Number 1 after having competed here on the mat just a couple of weeks ago at the Who's Next
out
finale.
Of Long Island, New York.
Flavor Fave, as he likes to be called, a brown
Fabian
belt.
Ramirez, 29 years old here at featherweight, making his way onto the mat. Of course, training over there with Matt and his brother Nick Serra. Fabian is a brown belt under Matt Serra and Jason Hua, specialist in EBI competition.
Wearing the red
that's going to be the Eddie Bravo Invitational.
Brazil, and representing Fight Sports, Fabricio, the Hokage.
And he's got a lot of training. Yes, but Fabricio Andrey, he's a stud. I'm going to take Fabricio
Fabricio Andrey all the way from the Amazon city of Manaus in Brazil, the hotbed of jiu-jitsu.
Carlos Diego
again making his Who's Number 1 debut, the teammate of Micael, Galvão, and Diogo Hayes, and I'm sure we're going to make a statement here tonight, Chase.
Yeah, Fabricio Andrey,
tell him shout out for Fights and Friends, man.
Super flashy, a lot of speed here.
All right, out of Manaus, Brazil, 22 years old.
Oh yeah, Hokage has one speed, and it is all hands, as you can see on this tail of the tape. Hokage is only 22. Fabian Ramirez is 29. And in terms of height and weight, both evenly matched. Although I feel that looking at them,
world champion
Andrey has probably cut a fair amount of weight to make this 145-pound limit. Our referee, Steve Hodgett, about to get things underway here.
You ready? Ready?
Fight! Oh, thank you, Caruso. I didn't realize I had that other volume on. Thank you. That should be better. All right. 15-minute time limit. Andrey Ramirez, here we go. Sarah Jiu-Jitsu versus Fight Sport. See who goes for the first takedown here. Now, something I think judo would really help with a lot of these guys is you get in, especially when you get that single leg, to just do a little ochigari, a little inner side sweep of the other leg. You see it in MMA a lot. Look at there's a sweep attempt there from Andrey. Oh, nice little ochigari there. There's some judo there from Fabricio Andrey. Nice scramble there from Ramirez, and he gets back to his feet. That was a beautiful little throw, though. If this does go to a decision, that's definitely a score. And oh, you see that outside kick there? I can't even think of the name of it in Japanese right now, but that outside kick, like when you go to the side of the ankle, it's like a sweep. It's more like a kick. And you can hit that ankle bone, and man, you can really hurt somebody with those. And, yeah, you see Andrey, he's pushing a lot of those. Gets the back. No, in the back slam! Oh, my goodness. What a slam from Fabricio Andrey. I told you guys he was athletic. Slamming Fabricio Ramirez to the mat. Beautiful move there. And I think they're moving them because they were close to the side of the mat. I'm not exactly sure why they moved them, but they moved them over a little bit, starting from the same position. Now for Fabricio Andrey was looking to get the backpack, but now looking to get hooks in. Fabian Ramirez on the defense, but Fabricio is so fast. Like he's already locking those arms around near the neck, and he doesn't even have the hooks in yet. Now he's got one in yet. He's got kind of an odd angle. And I mean, at this level, this is not like even 10 years ago where you got a guy's back and you got the hooks in and it's, you got a great chance of a submission. You see a lot of dominant positions that don't come up with submissions, and they're back to stand up here. Let's see if Fabian can mount some offense here. I know Fabricio's a stud. And just a lot of hand play here. And heard stories that people in Brazil practice BJJ in the basketball courts outside with mats from cardboard or those puzzle mats. Cool how popular it is next to soccer in Brazil. Oh, for sure. And, I remember hearing in school, and this was even before the UFC, I think in 93. So I heard this or around that time that Brazilian kids had punching bags in their rooms instead of Nintendos. Oh, what a throw! Oh my goodness, Fabricio Andrey with a modified Tayatoshi. Beautiful hip toss there. Your Tayatoshi, if you're wondering what the Tayatoshi throw was, you watch the Ronda Rousey fights where she threw fighters over the leg and they would go flying and end up in a great position for an armbar. That's that throw, the Tayatoshi. It's probably the flashiest throw in judo. Wow, yeah, that was a huge slam. I'm sure Fabricio would like to get the submission tonight, but if he does not, he's got to be building a huge lead on the scorecard. So he's got hooks in now. Fabian Ramirez just on complete defense here. Scrambles, gets up to his feet. Oh, what a move there from Fabricio to turn him over. Kind of hooked his foot on the inside of Fabian's hook and just rolled him back to the ground. And you got what's called a judge's favor there for Fabricio Andrey. I'm not exactly sure what that is, honestly. Maybe it was just telling the scorekeepers that, like, that's a score. Anybody who knows, feel free to let us know in the chat here, though. My neighbor just gave me some Jim Belushi weed from here in Oregon. Oh, nice. He's in a show on TV called The Growing Belushi. I never heard of it. Love to try his weed. What a judo slam. Yeah, it was. No, I haven't just found out about him growing today. Not surprised that Belushi's growing some weed, though. All right, and a lot of you here feel free to be open about your cannabis use. We know it's big in the jiu-jitsu community. We know some people like take a couple tokes and get on the grappling mat. Hey, in places that it's illegal. I think it's way healthier than alcohol. I see nothing wrong with it. Sweep attempt from the outside there from Fabricio. I'm a little embarrassed to ask him that I can't remember it, but I'm about to text my my old sensei that I would still be training under just because I live like 300 miles from him now. Text him because I can't remember what the throw's called. Oh, an attempt, Ochigari attempt there from Fabricio. Andrey rolls Ramirez to the ground again. Looking to get hooks in. He's got 2 hooks in. Ramirez working on a heel hook there. Spins it over. This is deep. Fabian Ramirez. Okay, it looks like Fabricio's just about out, and he is out. But great attack there for Fabian. That's definitely going to be a score. That was a deep heel hook. And Fabian scrambles. They're back to their feet, back to the center of the mat. Sweep attempt from the outside for Fabian. And now you're seeing a lot of hand play from both guys. Oh, a nice little sweep. And the momentum. Fabricio just kind of uses his own momentum against and swings him to the ground. And right into side control. Now Fabricio's got a nasty armbar. I know he had at least one armbar at the 2021 IBJFF. At the World Championships there. Fabricio working to... He doesn't want to jump inside the guard of Fabian, stand up trying to get around it. Good defensive roll there from Fabian. He's going to get back to his feet. I will say I think Fabricio is winning this match, but I think Fabian, he is figuring some things out in there. This is definitely getting, I think, some valuable experience here in this match. Inside sweep attempt there from Fabricio. Oh, beautiful ankle pick there from Fabricio. Just gets a single leg and easily sets Fabian right on his butt. And that's got to be about his 4th takedown today. Getting close to the 5-minute point here. 5 minutes left in this match. And I'll tell you, oh, beautiful kick out there from Fabian. They're going to stand back up. I got to tell you, these guys have got to be exhausted. Because not only do you get 15 minutes, when they stand them up, they stop the clock. That's the thing a lot of people don't realize in jiu-jitsu and judo. It's like however long your round is, it's a little longer because they stop the clock when they break the action. And actually the difference in my time clock, oh, there's judge's favor for Fabricio. He's got a couple of those there. Now he moves to side control. Second bout of the night, if you're just coming in here, featherweights Fabricio, Andrey, and Fabian Ramirez. Also, got to give a shout out for everybody coming in. We got a new member. Welcome, top contender Daniel Gutierrez Zenatagoya. If you want to be a premium member of the channel and support us, just hit that join button. For as little as $5 a month, you can become a premium member and get those premium bennies. And they're going to stand back up. Little fist bump. But yeah, the difference between my clock and their clock, once we get to the end of it, that'll tell you how much time they've been grappling, over 15 minutes, should it go to a decision. Oh, and Fabian Ramirez just dropping to his back. Trying to pull guard there. That's going to be hard to do on Fabricio Andrey, though. Oh. What a defensive spin move there by Fabricio to get to side control. That is total knowledge of your body and where you're putting your weight. And it's just a little move to get past that leg of Fabian, but it's not an easy task. Oh, and look at Fabricio hooking his foot on the inside of the shorts of Fabian, the referee coming and pulling that out of there. I'm not sure he did that on purpose, but he was definitely aware that he had hooked his shorts. Fabian's got some decisions to make to try to get out of this. You notice he spin to the right, temporarily give up his back to try to escape. If he spins to his left, he could end up on top of Fabricio here. Oh, and he ends up spinning the other direction and escapes. Fast escape, though, back to their feet here, center of the cage. And you're going to get another little time stop here. And you're seeing now it's about a 35-second difference between my clock and their clock. So that tells you that's time over the 15 minutes that these guys will have competed should it go to a decision. 2 minutes left in this bout. 2-minute warning. You're going to see these guys start getting more desperate, start being more aggressive. Fabian's looking like he wants to pull guard again. I don't think he's gotten one takedown on Fabricio. And there he kind of tried to. His hand slid off of Fabricio, though. And Fabricio's going to jump on top, try to get the dominant position. He doesn't want to jump in Fabian's guard, though, so he's going to stand back up and try to work a better position from the outside. They're near the edge of the mat, and the referee's going to stand him up. That's going to stop the clock for a second, just again, where he sets him back in the same position. No lack of effort on Fabian Ramirez with the defense here. And that's a lot of energy to scoot around in your butt right now to fight off these attacks by Fabricio. And Fabricio finally, it moves into side control and pins a knee down. Look at that roll from Fabian Ramirez, though. Beautiful defensive move to get out of that. And Fabricio jumping in again. You know, he's running out of time. 45 seconds left in this. So 43 seconds was left when my time clock ran out. So if it goes to a decision, the match will have been at least 15 minutes and 43 seconds. Oh, and there's Fabian again, grabbing the hands of Fabricio and just pulling guard. Pulling on the back of the left elbow of Fabricio. He's pulling on his shirt there some too. Fabian working from his knees to try to get the takedown, but Fabricio collapses on top of him here. And the bout is over. My official decision is going to be for Fabricio Andrey. We'll see how the judges see it. I'm going to look through the chat here. Oh, I haven't found it. Just found out about him growing today. Got a hold of these rare strains down in Colombia and killed them off by accident. Pretty funny show. Humor thrown in. Nice. I don't have a TV. Watch on Hulu as well. Oh, I have Hulu on my phone. Nice. At 52, don't want to start sitting and watching too much anything. Agree, I give that to Fabricio. Yeah, me and Robert, for those that are newer to the channel, Robert is incredible at judging fights. We're usually pretty lock and step. And we got the females up next. Beatriz, Mesquita, and Elisabeth Clay. That coming up after the official decision here. I don't think there's much question that Fabricio gets this. I mean, he got like 5 takedowns, I think, to none for Fabian. And he had the better submission attempts. And there you go. Out of Fight Sports, unanimous decision here for Fabricio Andrey. No surprise there. Like I said, I count at least 4 takedowns, probably 3 pretty good submission attempts. Fabian, he had some good reversals, good escapes. I don't think he got 1 takedown though. And, he really didn't have anything that I don't even know if I would consider it a submission attempt. Nothing against Fabian. Fabricio, he's just a stud, though. They gave him ADCC ready. Oh, I knew what you meant. I even read it, ADCC. What's up, King Cardano? Yeah, unanimous decision there. And like I said, the females coming up. Beatriz, Mesquita, and Elisabeth Clay. I don't know when they're going to cut off for the pay-per-view portion of this. But keep that in mind if you're watching along on YouTube, if you're watching along with us. Sometime here soon, they will cut that stream. We'll continue to do the commentary here, though. Beatriz, Mesquita, and Elisabeth Clay coming up next. Brazil against Dallas, Texas. And I will tell you, I have never met a Beatriz in my life. Don't think I've ever even heard of that name before. Clearly see they've been training for that rule set. Oh, absolutely. At least you didn't call it ACDC. We knew what you meant. Look at his biceps and forearms. Damn. Yeah, and for a featherweight, yeah. Yeah, he's just a very athletic dude. Still to come. Up next, guys, a lot of people have been talking about this the whole time. Apparently, the female bout got moved. Jacob Rodriguez and Jacob Couch up next. I've seen you guys in the comments. Everybody seemed, for the most part, pretty split on this one. All right, guys, a few shout-outs from a few of our sponsors. The Cash App. Guys, if you don't have the Cash App, it is the easiest way to send money in the world. Emergencies happen. If it doesn't happen with you, it might happen with your kid. My daughter needed something, it was a couple weeks ago, And, you know, this happens, actually has happened several times. She either needs something, like some gas or something. She's a couple 100 miles away from us right now. And as easy as I can text her, I can send her some cash. And if you don't have the Cash App yet, don't get it just yet, because if you use my code, you're going to get $5. Fights with Friends is going to get $5 to continue to support the channel. And I just cannot be happier over the years with Cash App. And you can't forget about Boost. I don't know how many of you are into crypto. If you're into Bitcoin, I know it got a bit riskier over this last year or so. That's why I use the Cash App. I use my physical debit card. I got a physical and a digital debit card that I can use online from Cash Apps. Anytime I buy something, I get a percentage back in Bitcoin. There's all kinds of other things that you can get, discounts, cash back, and other things. But every time I use it, it just kind of adds a little to my Bitcoin wallet. Just buying something I would have already bought. Me and the wife go out to dinner, pull out the Cash App card. Even if I don't like the food, I know at least I'm getting a percentage. You know, I'm getting something back in Bitcoin. All right, guys. Thanks for everybody coming in from the YouTube prelims. This is the pay-per-view portion coming up. Middleweight Jacob Rodriguez out of B Team right there in Austin, Texas. Just 20 years old. ADCC Trials champion. He's the younger brother of Nick Rodriguez. And he is a purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu. And I am actually picking Jacob Rodriguez for this fight. Like I said, I know that there was some back and forth in the comments about split between who would win this match. Battle of the Jacobs. It would be J-Rod or JC, Jacob Couch. All right, and here comes the Hillbilly Hammer, as they call him, out of Mount Vernon, Illinois, just 23 years old, out of Pedigo submission. Brown belt under Heath Pedigo. Like I said, they call him the Hillbilly Hammer. All right, guys, 94 up in the chat. If you could at least hit that like button for me, guys. I did go out. I bought the pay-per-view and stuff. I want to do it to share with the MMA community, so people that aren't able to pay, the $150 a year or whatever it may be, that you can still know what's going on. I'll do my best to commentate. I just ask that everybody please, at minimum, to throw me a like in there. It helps us in our algorithms. If you want to subscribe to the channel, I would greatly appreciate it. We do fight companions basically every week for boxing, UFC, Bellator. All right, Jacob Couch in the red, Rodriguez in the blue. Rodriguez going for a nice sweep from the outside. Can't get it. Jacob Couch dropping to the ground and pulling guard. Out of Pedigo submission. So Jacob Rodriguez on top, but Couch with the guard here in our third bout of the night. And I know Rodriguez, he's fast, he's active, but I don't think he really wants to be in Couch's guard here. Kind of an open guard here. The right foot of Couch is hooked. There he gets it around. Now he's got the closed guard. Rodriguez looking to move to a better position here. You see Rodriguez putting up, trying to grab the feet or the heels there of Couch, and Couch actually modified his guard there, moved it around for a moment to keep him from doing that. Oh, guillotine attempt here from the bottom from Couch. That was pretty deep, but Rodriguez is out. If this does go to the judges, though, I think that's going to go as a submission attempt. That was a legit submission attempt there. No takedown, of course, for Couch because he pulled guard. That'll be even on the cards. But one submission, one legitimate submission attempt here for Jacob Couch. And Couch on the ground with this guard trying to get the underhooks here. Now he's bringing that left arm up again. He likes that guillotine. I know Couch has been successful in the past with that guillotine. I'd be very surprised for him to pull it off on Jacob Rodriguez here tonight, though. Jacob Rodriguez of B Team. I always have a good time watching him. I've watched him several times, including in the ADCC. But I kind of come up with maybe kind of like a new term here. I don't know that I've heard anybody else say it, but I call Jacob Rodriguez's game wrestle jitsu. He's got a great wrestling background, and he uses that to complement his jiu-jitsu for sure. Now on top, kind of picking up Couch and slamming him there in the guard, but Couch turning to hook the left arm of Rodriguez from the bottom here. Might be a Kimura attempt here. Yeah, that's going to be hard to get Jacob Rodriguez in this. It would either be a Kimura or a straight arm bar with no hooks or legs there. I really don't see Rodriguez getting caught in that, but what Couch might do here is he might use this to get a better position. If you're just listening, like I said, Couch from the... Oh, and look at this! What a move! Jacob Couch uses his guard to transition. Yes, he did use that Kimura. He rolls over on top of Jacob Rodriguez and gets full mount with hooks in. Beautiful move there from Jacob Couch. Like I said, I hadn't seen as much of Jacob Couch. I'd watched a lot about Rodriguez, but I know people in the chat had compliments for both of these fighters, and Jacob Couch now, he's working that straight armbar attempt again. Jacob Couch getting a judge's favor there. And I would have gave him another one for that active submission from the guillotine earlier, but I believe that's the first judge's favor of the night. Rodriguez working from the bottom, but Couch, so he's got this mount, but he's kind of twisted to the side to work on this Kimura against Rodriguez. Apparently Couch really likes Kimuras. Oh, now he's hooking that. It's going to be that left arm. And some cheers from the crowd for Jacob Rodriguez for escaping that position. But it looks like Couch working on an arm triangle here. Rodriguez has got his left arm in the way. So Couch is going to have to deal with that. But Rodriguez definitely working his arms up towards the head to possibly get the arm triangle here. Or excuse me, the triangle choke. And this is one of the reasons, though, if it's just submission, personally, I prefer side control over mount. Obviously, you're never going to, give mount away. But to me, there's just more favorable submission areas from side control for, like we said, the triangle choke, arm bar, different things there from side control. And mount sometimes, especially if you get up high on your mount, you can suffocate a lot of your own submissions. Couch continuing to try to work his arms up here for this triangle choke, but he's still got that arm, that left arm of Rodriguez in the way, pressing against Couch's chin there. Now he's pressing his knuckles, is what he's doing, up against the chin of Couch, trying to make him uncomfortable to give up this position. And now, if you're not seeing, he's got his hands, both the hands are in the mouth of Couch and blocking off his airways there. Trying to do anything he can to make Jacob Couch maybe be uncomfortable and make a mistake so he can get out of this mount. Jacob Couch just suffocating Jacob Rodriguez here. And now you see the defensive move up top of Jacob Rodriguez. He's just got his hands clasped kind of near his own neck. You're starting to see that choke defense more in MMA. So I'm assuming that's came from the jiu-jitsu world. Where you see a lot of guys just clasping their hands by their own neck as a defense. But I'll tell you, I did not expect Jacob Rodriguez to struggle this much on the ground with Couch tonight. I'm very impressed with the positional dominance of Jacob Couch so far. And now Rodriguez, he's trying to bridge out of this mount. So he's got a couple things he can do here. He's got the bridge. He can bridge and try to reverse, which is very, very difficult. And you risk even popping a rib out with the way Jacob Couch has got his weight situated on top of him. The other move here is he's got both arms free. He can try to move, maybe it looks like, I'm trying to see the position there, to his right, and try to escape out the back. The problem is that same left arm that's keeping Jacob Couch from getting that triangle choke is also blocking Rodriguez from getting the escape. And there he moves the arm. There he moves the arm. He's moving to the right for the escape. This is going to open him up to a triangle choke attempt, though, from Couch. Rodriguez now putting his arm over his head with his elbow out for those that can't see. But now Couch leaning all of his weight down with this arm choke attempt, and nothing going so far for Rodriguez. If anything, he might have ended up in a worse position here. And that's going to be another judge's favor for Jacob Couch. That's 2-0 in points for Jacob Couch, should this go to decision. And Couch continuing to work the arm triangle choke. Now Rodriguez turning to his left. So if he moves that way, I think it's probably his best, it's probably his best chance to escape this, but he's going to have to temporarily give up his back to escape. So he's going to have to be very careful about that. And Couch working this arm triangle again. This might be closer this time. I don't think Rodriguez is in complete danger here as long as he's got that left arm in there. But Couch digging that shoulder in a little deeper. He could end up getting the arm triangle here with the shoulder. Despite the left arm there. Oh, and Couch moving in a little closer, and Rodriguez moving his arm, elbow in right on the side of Jacob Couch, right on the side of his head. to defend this choke. So it's an effective defense from the arm triangle here for Rodriguez, but he's mounting no offense. Oh, and Couch now grabbing that arm and just wrapping it all the way around the head of Rodriguez to try to escape. Or to try to sink in, excuse me, that arm triangle. And I think Couch getting a little frustrated with the stalemate here. Actually moving a little bit on his mount. That's going to open up a little bit of opportunity for Rodriguez to possibly escape. Couch now hyperextending Rodriguez's elbow there for a moment. And like I said, just great positional control here for Jacob Couch. Rodriguez now trying to bridge up violently. Now he's going to turn to the side to try to get that escape, but great defense on Couch blocking this and trying to get that arm back in there for this arm triangle again. And nasty. That's nasty. Couch is sweating all over the face of Rodriguez. I mean, man, he is dripping sweat like he's in a sauna. He does wear the long sleeve. I think it's making J-Rod more uncomfortable than it is Couch, though. Oh, and temporarily Couch gives up that arm triangle attempt to try to work up higher on the guard here. So solidifying a dominant position there, but also giving Rodriguez a little bit of time to decide how he wants to defend any submission attempts here. Oh, he's going to roll him over. Rodriguez rolls him over. He's got hooks in now. He knows he's running out of time, so he's being more aggressive. Just 40 seconds left in this match. Rodriguez fighting with that right arm to fight the choke off. Couch pushing his elbow down with his right arm to push it away. And Rodriguez is going to roll. He's going to roll right back into mount. And, I mean, that's going to keep him from getting submitted. But dominant performance here for Jacob Couch. I don't think we need the judges to tell us he won that match. All right, we'll head over to the chat here. All right, so I got Jacob winning. I got him winning too. Where can I watch for free, anyone? It's only on flowgrappling.com. So $150 for a year, unfortunately. I went out and bought the bullet to buy this, though, to try to just give this to the MMA community. I know it's not as good as being able to see it, but I'm doing my best to commentate it for you guys so you can at least get some of the experience here. All the vids will be on YouTube in a few hours. Yeah, if there's any finishes, I will put them on my Twitter. And it is Seattle Mike. If you want to follow me over there on Twitter, Seattle Mike. Actually, 2 words. I think you have to put the space in there if you want to find it right away. At Fights W Friends. And if you can follow me over there, I generally put up every finish from every event that we do. And I've only gotten like 2 videos taken down on Twitter. So I'm not real worried about that. It's 45-second maximum over there. Sounds like Couch won this one. Oh, for sure. Couch is way better than J-Rod. Yeah, I called this one all wrong. Glad to hear Couch in control. This will be a big win for him. All right, unanimous decision representing submission fighting. The Hillbilly Hammer, Jacob Couch, brings it home. Of last night, UFC finishes over there. Yes, if you go over there, if you didn't see any of the finishes or you just want to see them again or hear me calling them over there, you're going to see a lot of the finishes from last night's UFC over on my Twitter. You'll hear a little bit of the UFC noise and commentary with me excitedly screaming over it. And the Hillbilly Hammer will get an interview here. As I said, big win here. Has anybody heard anything about the females match, though? Beatriz, Mesquita, and Elisabeth Clay. It was supposed to be before this match. They may have just changed the order of the fights because I didn't hear anything about an injury or anything. But that fight was actually supposed to be before this one. You know, you get a couple matches for free, though. I mean, that was good of Flow Grappling to do. You know, better than Ice Wars MMA, which was on yesterday. It's a Ice Wars where these guys fight on skates. And I was like, what in the hell is this? So I try to check it out on Fight TV. They give you the first 10 minutes, and there's no punches thrown in the first 10 minutes. They talk a little bit, then somebody sings the national anthem, and then before the fight even starts, your 10 free minutes is up. Flow Grappling, I mean, they give you a couple of good matches. I think Elisabeth Clay will beat Bia. I'm not familiar with either one of them, Squizzle. What's happening? It's possible for you to turn on the sound. We want to hear the ambience. No, I've gotten pulled from the sound before. Unfortunately, if Flow Grappling, if I go over 10 seconds on the sound, Flow Grappling decides to put up a copyright strike against me, which they're constantly checking the fight companions to keep us honest. I mean, not only can they get that pulled, the problem with getting flagged on a live stream is you can get a 3-month suspension, and I've had a couple of them. I do have an alternate channel that I've been able to use some should that happen, but it's certainly not ideal. Sound get us flagged. Sorry, can't do. Yeah, every once in a while towards the end, I'll throw out an interview, and I haven't gotten in trouble for the interviews, but I don't know anything about Flow Grappling and, you know, what their tolerance is. Hey, yeah, no problem. Doesn't hurt to ask, man. For sure. All right, 114 of you up in the chat. Everybody, if you can hit that like button, I do my best to give you guys like at least an audio experience of what's going on with the fights. If you can hit that subscribe button, love to add people to this MMA community. We've been going at it for 5 years. A lot of us have made good friends here. I know people, you know, that I talk to, text, even talk to on the phone, or and have met, you know, in life from this community. It's MMA. It's just like anything else. You guys have been in an MMA gym, jiu-jitsu gym, you know, wrestling, karate, whatever it is. You guys know the sense of community. And I think it's something very similar here with the Fights of Friends community. You know, everybody here is very respectful. So a lot of these people are very knowledgeable. And we have a good time. Liked and sub, glad I found you. Hey, Squizzle, thank you, sir. Thanks for the like and the subscription. Appreciate it, man. And Jacob Couch giving a great shout out to help in Kentucky with the floods there, for people to go online and help with the floods there. And great of him. You know, that's his time to shine. He can toot his own horn and, you know, give out good vibes towards whatever businesses that are sponsoring him or his gym or whatever. And he decided to take that time to encourage people to donate with the flood relief there in Kentucky. Very cool. All right, so our female matchup, lone female matchup of the night is up next. Beatriz Mesquita and Elisabeth Clay. All right, guys, it looks like they are taking a short break here. We're going to take a short ad break just to shout out one of our sponsors. And, guys, that is Robinhood. If you want a free stock from Robinhood, they're still giving out free stocks, free commission-free trades over there on Robinhood. You can also buy crypto. If you use our promo code, you're going to get a free stock. It could be a $2 stock, $4 stock. Most people that have talked to me, you know, it's like $4 or $5 stocks that they end up getting, but you can get much bigger. Not here, but I have heard of people getting an Apple stock. Or something else big. So, boom, there you go. Can earn up to $600 when you sign up and get approved by August 17th. It's actually a new big promo that Robinhood is running. And actually, honestly, I just seen it. I didn't realize they were doing this now. That you can earn up to $600 when you sign up by August 17th. And make deposits by September 16th. Yeah, so there's my code there. And you get a free, you know, you get at least one free stock. Maybe more on this new promo. But thank you to Robinhood for sponsoring the show. And once again, thank you to the Cash App. The Cash App, easiest way to send anybody money. You can send them by text. And the other great thing that I love about them is boost. Guys, take your wife out to dinner, your husband, your friend, or whatever it is. Take them out to dinner, or you go and you get a car wash, fill your gas tank up, whatever it is. You use that physical debit card, or online, you use that digital credit card or debit card, excuse me, and you're going to get a boost. You're going to get something for nothing. I say there's not a whole lot out there. You get something for nothing. You do get something for nothing here. Like I said, something you were already buying. I get free crypto every time I use it. percentage of my purchase comes right back to me in Bitcoin. Roku or Chromecast, you can purchase monthly for $30 through Flow Sports. Yes. Or can I watch event without paying $140 for a subscription? Yeah, I think that's the only options. Only options that I know of, Light, is that $140 for a year, $149, I think. Or if you have Roku or Chromecast, like I did on my Roku, I found out about it. It gave me an option to get it for $30 a month. I thought, shoot, I'll spend $30 a month, so you know, we can try to give something to the MMA community that they may not be able to hear about. What Roku didn't give you that option? Did you download the Flow Sports app? I don't know. It just showed up immediately for me. Out of Modesto, California, 22 years old, Elisabeth Clay, known for her leg attacks. She won the 2017 ACC trials at 16 years old, and she is a BJJ black belt. Huh. Yeah, that's weird, man. I don't know. I got it and I used it. I don't know what to say. Flow Grappling, Flow Sports, they got some things they can definitely work on. It's kind of a weird situation, especially since some people end up seeing the option to pay $30 a month. Some people only get the $150 a year. All right, and her opponent making her way to the mat, Beatriz Mesquita. Walking through a nice little smoke show here in the red corner. 31 years old, out of San Diego, California, out of Team Gracie Humeda. Current WNO Bantamweight champion, 6-time IBJJF World Champion, and a 2017 ADC champion. She is one of the more decorated competitors here tonight. All right, Mesquita, 9 years older at 31, an inch taller at 5'5", both women weighing right in around the 145-pound featherweight limit. And we are off. Clay in the blue, Mesquita in the red. If you're watching, if you're just listening along, I'll try to be as descriptive as possible. Oh, beautiful takedown from Bia Mesquita. And then pushes Clay to the ground a couple times. Pushed her all the way out of bounds. You see Elisabeth Clay kind of smiling there. Very obvious Mesquita trying to make this dirty quickly. And she's playing mental games here with Elisabeth Clay. Taking her time to bun her hair up. That stopped the clock for 19 seconds there. A little clash of heads there. Bia leading with her head. You know, maybe she thinks she needs that little extra against Clay tonight. I'm not sure. A little slap to the back of the head there for Bia Mesquita too. Definitely bending the rules here. I think jiu-jitsu and judo kind of share that in the community. It's like fighters, they know what they can get away with. And, you know, they'll kind of purposely break the rules a little bit sometimes because they know. Oh, nice Ochigari attempt there for Bia Mesquita. Not able to get it. And Elisabeth Clay's going to... She just pulls guard there. But Bia stands right back up and slams her onto the ground. And now Bia standing over Clay, waiting for her to try to stand back up to get dominant position. Bia Mesquita grabbing now the right hand of Elisabeth, and she's going to chooses not to jump in, but she pushes Clay back down. Clay says, come on in. I would love to have you in my guard, little lady. Oh, a nice little play there by Bia. grabbing one hand and pushing on the head of Clay on the other side and works right into half mount here. Aggressive entry there from Bia Mesquita, and she gets the dominant position. And, I mean, a lot of people can say, you know, she's a little dirty there for Bia Mesquita, and you can make that argument, but these veteran fighters, they know what they can do. They know what they can get away with. And some of it seems like a little bit, it's like you're bending the rules, but you're not breaking them. It's kind of like, I think it's kind of like the old saying, rubbing is racing. Go back to the old movie Days of Thunder. And back to standing here. We'll see if anybody goes for a takedown. The last time Clay pulled guard, but it didn't work out for her. Oh, and a little slap there to the head there from Clay. Kind of tried to make it look like her hands were breaking, but being new that was on purpose. Just one of those things in judo and jiu-jitsu. It's like you can do it, and the judge, it's like they can't assume that you did it on purpose. They kind of know, but they can't assume. Just like Elisabeth Clay. This is the dirtiest match by far of the night. She goes for a little inside sweep. It was a leg kick. She knew it was a leg kick. And now Bia going for the takedown. Clay trying to grab an arm, though, and pull her in. And Bia's going to go back to standing and try to rush around to find a better point of entry. Now Bia grabbing the right foot of Elisabeth Clay. She spins around on her arse there. Oh, my goodness. That love chat. They just keep on figuring out ways to get back in here. Oh, my goodness. What's up, Josiah Perez? Yes, we're live, buddy. Rules were made to be bent, not broken. No problem with working in that gray area. And Bia Mesquita standing over Clay, working the hand play, and Clay uses it to stand back up. And Clay's going to voluntarily sit right back down on her butt and scoot towards Bia. And no penalty for stalling. I'm a bit surprised there. A warning from the referee there, though, for Elisabeth Clay. Oh, and look at the spin. Quick armbar attempt here for Elisabeth Clay. And Bia's going to stand back up. She felt a little bit of that speed of Elisabeth there, though. Oh, and look at this. Bia says, well, I'm just going to take both of your feet, push them back up over your head. That way you can't get me in an armbar, huh? Bia Mesquita folding Elisabeth up like a pretzel here. Oh, and going for an armbar here. Bia Mesquita. Oh, that was close, and Clay slips out of it. Oh, and Mesquita pushes off a little eye poke there. That may have been accidental, but that was a definite eye poke there from Mesquita. And Elisabeth Clay looking at her, she is pissed. And then Bia Mesquita has the nerve to kind of rub her own eye there. And from those that know the game of female judo, I'm not as familiar with female BJJ, but especially if you read Ronda Rousey's books or you knew a lot of female competitors, which I did when I was competing, the females are notoriously known to be very, very dirty fighters. Oh, and Clay's going to jump onto her butt again there and wrap up the right leg of Bia Mesquita. Well, now she goes over trying to pull out the left arm of Mesquita. Mesquita's just so calm, though. She's seen so many things. And Bia's going to decide to stand back up. She is really pushing the patience of this referee. And once again, Bia grabbing both feet of Clay and just twisting them over her head. But yeah, she's definitely very cautious coming in now because she's seen how fast Clay can throw those legs up. Oh, great move by Bia, though. Flips Clay over. Ends up in side control here. What an athletic move. And now the dominant north-south. This is a legitimate arm triangle attempt here for Bia Mesquita. And she should get a judge's favor card here, I think. Oh, what an athletic move to spin to the back from Mesquita. But Clay rolls back, and the referee here is going to call him up. He's like, go ahead and get up. I'm tired of playing this game. And Clay, again, is going to sit right on her butt here. Now she's finally going to stand up. This is the first time she stood up in quite some time. And the hand play on the inside here. Both women with grips on the other one's hand. Mesquita pushing the head of Clay down here, trying to get a dominant position. There she does it again, but no takedown. You see Bia just taking her hand and pushing it into the face of Elisabeth Clay. Oh, little slap there from Bia. Little slap and a little trip for a second. Clay kind of bounced a little bit. That could be taken as, you know, a dominant move for Bia. And Clay again dropping to her butt here, trying to draw Bia in. I know Elisabeth would much rather work on the ground than on the feet here with Bia. Bia's going to jump into the guard of Clay. Immediately jumps to half mount. And Clay's going to tie that left leg of Bia up. Straighten it out with a scissor here. But Bia Mesquita working for an arm triangle here. And you can tell how much stalling there was earlier. 44 seconds. Oh, there's a judge's favor for Bia. Legitimate arm triangle attempt here. As I said, you can see about 44 seconds difference between our clock and the official clock. That's all times the judge had to break. Oh, leg bar attempt for Bia Mesquita. This is deep. And now Elisabeth Clay working on a heel hook. Bia's got to be careful here. She is really twisting the leg and knee of Bia Mesquita, who seems to be staying very calm. But this is working in Clay's favor here. Now Beatriz decides, I'm going to take a foot. And I'm going to work on a leg lock on this side. I think she's going to use it to defend those. She's going to push it. She's going to push it down and then try to step over. And by pushing this left foot of Elisabeth Clay down, she's going to she's gonna significantly limit her mobility to go for this submission attempt. Let's go, Elisabeth. Liz wants those feet. Yes, she does. Greetings from Interlagos, Brazil. Shout out Brazil. Always late. Flow is trash. Oh yeah, they're always late. And Bia Mesquita pushing that left foot of Elisabeth Clay down. Look at Bia Mesquita. Oh, looked like she was going to get the back and take hooks there. Now she splits the legs out again. Of Elisabeth Clay. Now there was some tension on that submission attempt from Elisabeth Clay, but no judge's favor. And I don't think she was ever, really in danger of being submitted. It was a decent attempt, but it wasn't that deep. No time limit. What if they have to use the bathroom, right? That's a good question, man. Like when Royce Gracie and Kazushi Sakuraba fought for an hour and 36 minutes in Pride. And once again, Elisabeth Clay just going to decide to sit down on the ground, and we have now almost a full minute difference between our clock and the official clock. All of that is the referee having to stop time. Actually, slightly over a minute now. 2:12 left in this bout, 2:11, 2:10. Oh, great job there by Beatriz. Doesn't worry about passing the guard. Pulls the dominant north-south here. And wow, Clay is flexible, wrapping her own foot all the way around her head in front of her own face and then out in front of the waist of Bia Mesquita to stop her from making a submission attempt here. Not going to gain her any points, but it's an effective defense. And now Clay jumping on that leg, looking for a heel hook once again. I think she just doesn't have enough room to straighten this out. And Bia is such a veteran here. Grabbing the arms and elbows here of Clay to keep her from getting a better position. 40 seconds left in this bout. Our time clock is gone. Like I mentioned earlier, that's because of all the stalling earlier. This is the deepest submission attempt Elisabeth Clay has had, though. Looking for an armbar. Bia Mesquita, she looks annoyed, though. I don't think this is... She's in real danger here. She's kind of saying, shooing her away. I can guarantee you Elisabeth Clay does not like Bia Mesquita after this fight, though. And time will run out. That is the end of regulation. And I believe Bia Mesquita will get it because that's the only judge's favorite that I've seen. Yeah, fight's always late, and I got an early morning tomorrow. But seeing on breaking news, the area I went to high school in California, Jurupa Valley, just had an illegal cockfighting ring bust. Ah! Can't believe that town's still doing that. Seen one in high school, 150 birds confiscated. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, we'll go to the judges' scorecards. I believe it should be, decision should go to Beatriz Mesquita, though. Yeah, sorry, got no links, man. 160 up in the chat. If you appreciate what I do here, you know I did buy this and pay for this to give back to the MMA community. So if at minimum, if you could throw a like out there, I would greatly appreciate it. I love if you subscribe and join our MMA community. We're doing this every week. Pretty much every week we're doing UFC or Bellator or PFL or boxing or all of the above. And representing Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, Beatriz Mesquita gets the win here. Elisabeth Clay not wanting to wait around and exchange pleasantries. I guarantee you she is very upset about how Bia, kind of traded her in that match. That's the game, though. And we got a super chat. Spontaneous in the house. Cheers, my friend. The $1 super chat. From Spontaneous. Thank you, Spontaneous. Getting us up to $6 in the chat jar. And I don't generally like to ask, but next to that like button, it's real easy to hit that super chat, or you can take care of this. You can always tip on the Cash App, Seattle Mike. It would be nice to at least get, the $30 back that we paid for this pay-per-view. But if anything, I appreciate a like and a subscribe. Just a good UFC card last night. Cheers, Spontaneous. Maybe you watched it. I listened last night but didn't chat. All right. Hey, thanks for being there, Spontaneous. Been with Fights with Friends for community for a long time. A lot of these guys have been in here in this community for 3, 4, even 5 years, like Robert. Maybe tonight's your first night in the Fights with Friends community, in the Fight Companion. If it is, I invite you to hit that subscribe button. I think you're going to really like spending time during these events, whether it's a pay-per-view that you don't want to drop the $80 for and just listen along, or if you're watching along and just want to interact with a great positive MMA community. Love to have you as a subscriber. And look at that. It's a super chat from Drunken Boxing. Says, thanks, mate. Appreciate the show. Thank you, Drunken Boxing. Appreciate it. Drunken Boxing's been around here for several years, too. Getting us up to $11 in the tip jar. All right, another great match coming up here. I know a lot of accolades have been given to Alvin Sanchez out of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. He's got a tough opponent tonight, though, in Micael Galvão. I've seen Galvão fight several times. He's very sharp. That's going to be a tough one. And this is the 3 spot on deck right after this, the co-main event. Former Bellator middleweight champion and Jiu-Jitsu black belt Rafael Lovato Jr. He's got a very tough task tonight, too, against Nicholas Meregali. You can never count out a 10th planet guy. You know they're getting great training over there. And always encouraged to work on new moves. You're crazy. That's what my mama always says. Is right. Haven't been around as much as I'd like. Been super busy with work. Hey, got to get that money, man. Thanks for coming in. Good, always good to see you. What's up, Ernie Gonzalez? Says, I got Micah for the win. 10P gets rocked here. Me too, Ernie. Yeah, I got Micah too. I agree, Aqua. I think we're all kind of in agreement. Alan Sanchez, yeah, he might be a good player, but yeah, Micael Galvão's a stud. All right, and here we go, guys. Middleweights, same story, different fight. 15-minute time limit. Making his way on to the mat, representing 10th Planet, Alan Sanchez, out of San Mateo, California, 26 years old. Black belt under Eddie Bravo, no-gi competition veteran. Got his black belt in December of 2019. You know that's not an easy black belt to get. To get a black belt from Eddie Bravo, not only do you have to be really good at jiu-jitsu, you have to believe in at least 6 crazy conspiracy theories. A lot of people don't know that. All right, coming on to the mat, representing the red corner, just 18 years old, out of Manaus, Brazil, representing Fight Sports, Micael Galvão. I knew Galvão was young. I didn't realize he was still only 18 years old. Belt under his father, Micael Galvão, 2022 IBJJF World Champion. All right, Sanchez, 8 years older at 26, 4 inches taller at 6'1". Both guys weighing within less than a pound of the 180-pound middleweight limit. All right, here we go, 15 minutes. We'll see if we get the first finish of the night. Every fight so far has went to a decision. I'm going to call it here. I'm going to say we see the first submission of the night from Micael Galvão. Oh, what a slam from Galvão. Sanchez going for a standing guillotine. Galvão picks him up in the air and slams him straight into half mount. And Micael Galvão with the chest-to-chest position, trying to work in here for the arm triangle. And Mika locking his arms around that right arm of Sanchez. Now he's got that right arm around for the arm triangle. Pushing the shoulder in up against the face. Sanchez does have that right arm in there blocking for the moment. Galvão pushing down with that pressure, though. Six conspiracies. Edge Bra loves to create a conspiracy there, right? I don't see this last 6 minutes. Oh, nice underhook there from Mika. on the ground. Oh, what an athletic move. Slides right into mount. Wow, he made that look easy. Mika just a stud, and I mean it's rare that at 18 years old you have the skill set that Mika has, and speed wise, I mean they say speed kills. Nobody has speed like youth. I know Alan Sanchez is only 26, but that's the first thing you start to lose, just a little bit of speed and explosiveness. And Mika working in there further, just really trying to rip this left arm of Alan Sanchez away so he can get to that neck. And I'd like to see Alan do a little bit more of that, actually. See, he took his left knuckle, and from the bottom, he's just pushing it against the chin of Micael Galvão. For our jiu-jitsu and judo practitioners out there, you guys know how painful that is. I don't have a free stream, man. Sorry, this is going to cost me $30. But if you have, hopefully, some people are telling me you can't even get this on Roku for that now. You can just get the $150 yearly. I'm not sure it'll have me to pay $30 for a month. I agree. Mika gets a submission. And from the mount, now Mika holding Alan Sanchez's hands down, kind of like you would a little kid when they're throwing a fit here, and he's holding the hand down with his right arm, got his left arm wrapped around the back of the neck of Sanchez. Now he locks hands behind the head of Sanchez, and that's the thing, just little moves, little slick moves from Micael Galvão, and he does it, and then he gets to the position before you even realize what he's doing. And that's how he slipped into that mount. Alan Sanchez rocking back and forth. He's got to be careful that that doesn't just create more space for Mika to lock this choke in, though. Oh, yeah, and he is getting this in tight. He's got one arm all the way behind the head. He's taking the other hand and putting and crossing it across the face. Oh, he's got the shoulder pressure. Who called 6 minutes? Called under 6 minutes, you might get it. 9:35. That's a judge's favor point for Mika. I don't think Alan's getting out of this. This is deep. Mika may not get the submission, but it's close. If Sanchez gets out of this, I think it's because Mika lets him to try to move to something else. Now driving all that weight into the neck of Sanchez with his left shoulder as Mika. Oh, and good job of Sanchez. Just kind of wiggled back and forth until he created some space there, and he's out. Now Mika taking that elbow, pushing it up against the face and neck of Alan. And completely legal, completely painful. Just putting all of his weight through that elbow. Oh, great spin move there by Sanchez, but he turns around right into the hooks of Mika. And now Mika's got the back with hooks in, looking for the RNC. Sanchez has been able to mount zero offense today. Oh, and look at this, the rubber guard. This is a 10th planet move. From the top here, Galvão trying to bringing that guard way up and stretching Alan Sanchez out. Looking for the RNC. He was real close to being under the neck. He's looking for the one-arm rear naked choke, and he's locking it in by holding the shirt of Alan Sanchez. He's definitely under. And he just tapped with his foot. What a move from Micael Galvão. Gets the submission. Wow. What a move by Micael. And I will put that at least on Twitter for you guys, and you guys can see that submission. Big slam early in the match. And there he gets the back. And you see Micael Galvão stretching Alan Sanchez out. Here at who's number one, and gets the choke by grabbing the inside of the shirt. One-armed rear naked choke for the 18-year-old Micael Galvão. What a move. All right, not the greatest angle on that replay. It's a little better angle first time around. But we'll put this up on the Twitter here, and I will send you guys the direct link for it. I'm not as worried if I get suspended from Twitter as if I am from YouTube. And the crazy thing is he had to tap with his foot because his arms were too wrapped up. I mean, to pull off that sophisticated of a move at 18 years old, that's the pedigree that you get having a father as a coach. All right, guys, there you go. There is the replay if you want to see the one-armed rear naked choke from Micael Galvão Gets it so tied up. Alan Sanchez has to tap with his foot. Rubber maneuver, 10 Planet guys do. Eddie calls the mission control. 10P techniques are legit. Not for everyone, though. Tough. Great guarding control. All right, co-main event coming up. Rafael Lovato Jr., former Bellator MMA middleweight champion, against Nicholas Meregali. I got Nicholas Meregali in this one, though. I mean, Rafael Lovato Jr., he's a great jiu-jitsu player in his own right, not just a great MMA fighter. But I think he's a little outgunned in this one. Micael started in BJJ with 3 years old. Whoa, Jesus. So almost 16 years doing BJJ. My Twitter is Seattle Mike at Fights W Friends Johnny J. And I just put a link right below your comment there to that video. Future of the game, we have 10 to 12-year-olds in our academy that sub most adults nightly. Amazing how much these youngsters learn so quick. We'll take Rafael tonight, says Veteran. No channel streaming it, Daniel. They get kicked off. They did the prelims, the first 2 matches. I will take Rafael tonight. Savvy Veteran, says Aquaholic. I like the name, by the way, Aquaholic Fishing. That's pretty good. Mika versus Gordan will happen, and probably sooner than anyone thinks. If Mika goes on a tear at ADCC, he could throw his name in the ring for absolute. Look at what Lachlan was able to do in 2019. Well, he's still growing, but Gordon's got a 62-pound weight advantage on him if they were to get in there tonight. Now, I could... if I show the fight, man, I've already gotten a 90-day suspension on here. Streaming suspension where I couldn't stream for 90 days, which is detrimental to this channel because that's almost all I do is streaming. I do put up some videos like fight picks and things, but I stream fights pretty much every week. And yeah, that's my livelihood, man. I can't do that. We'll do a one-time buy if possible. Lazy bonds or lazy bonds. That's what I did. Go to maybe on your phone on iOS or Android or on a Roku, Chromecast, one of those set-top boxes. You can get an option sometime for a $30 1-month buy. That's what I did on Roku. But then somebody else in the chat told me that it didn't give them the option. So, I don't know. Flow grappling's kind of messy. Their whole setup's kind of messy. But that's what I did. Hopefully it works for you. I was able to pay $30 for the month. Flow Sports app, legal stream only. Yep. Flow won't even post on their own YouTube channel. Yeah, you're right. I didn't see that option. Sorry, man. I don't know what the deal is. Some people are saying they've seen it. Some people didn't. I downloaded the Flow Sports app, though, on my Roku, and for some reason I got it. Flow Grappling is a 1-year option only. It sucks. Maybe it's because I'm in Cali. It might be state to state. I didn't even think of that. They're making me buy for the year. I would too if I could purchase only month. Yeah, sorry guys, but I mean that's why I paid the $30 to do this. I just wanted to, enjoy it myself too, of course, but I want to give back to the community and at least, allow everybody to enjoy this, even if they can't see it. I can do my best to let you guys know what's going on. Out of Team 6 Blades, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. 39 years old now. 2007 IBJJF World Champion. First non-Brazilian black belt to win BR Nationals. 2019 Bellator Middleweight Champion. Rafael Lovato Jr. And he's no middleweight tonight. He's fighting at heavyweight. What's up, Billy Hughes? Okay, this content hits nice, Mike. Triple-digit viewers. Yes, the Time Bender is in the house. Oh, and Mesquita, do Vitor 97 in the house. What's up, man? Long-time subscriber to the show. Nicholas says Nicholas for the win. I got Nicholas too, man. Nicholas Meregali's a stud. You look Matt Damon if you served in Vietnam. Thanks for the play-by-play. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Raul Duke. What's the Twitter handle? It's Seattle Mike at Fights W, friends. But if you just click that link, it'll take you straight to the video of that last submission. And anybody who gives me a follow tonight, too, I'll give you a follow back. All right, Rafael Lovato, 12 years older at 39, an inch taller at 6'3". Both men within about a pound of the 225-pound weight limit put on this match. And yeah, long time no see, man. Good to see you in. And here we go. Nicholas Meregali, Rafael Lovato Jr. 6 blades against New Wave. Wonder if any of these guys that fight like MMA a lot, you know, like forget, never like throw a strike. A lot of hand play early. Meregali with the left hand behind the head of Lovato. Lovato with some quick hand play there gets out of trouble. Meregali showing Lovato he can get that back of the neck though quickly. Lovato doing the same. Like I said, Lovato is certainly no slouch. Former world champion. On Lovato doing a good job here, taking his left arm and overhooking the right arm of Meregali, and referee is gonna. I think he gave Lovato a warning there for the slapping there over the top, and Lovato does it again. Lovato showing he can put that arm over the back of the neck here of Meregali. Lovato might be stronger. Watching this right now, though, they're about the same weight, and talk about that old man strength, and it can be real. I'm a little surprised. Lovato looks like he might be stronger. Especially since Lovato the last time he was fighting in MMA is at 185. Tonight's 225-pound limit. Oh, look at the body lock here from Nicholas Meregali, though. Looking to send Rafael for a ride, and he does get the hooks in there. What a great Uchimata there from Nicholas Meregali, and slams Rafael back to the ground. They're going to move him back to the center of the mat because they were getting a little close to the edge. Referee doing his best to put him back in the same position. This is going to cause around a 25-second discrepancy in our clock and the official clock because they stop it if they have to stop action. And now Nicholas trying to pass the guard of Rafael Lovato Jr. And Jr. always starts hooking the heel. Nicholas sees what's going on there and escapes. Rafael just about wrapped up the start of a heel hook there. And Nicholas putting that leg, stepping right in the middle of Lovato's guard and over it. looking to heel hook one of those outside legs of Lovato's guard. Oh, and now he just jumps up, lands the knee on there. Rafael, good roll there from Lovato to get back to half guard at least. 205 up in the chat. Hit that like button if you like what we do here. Hit that subscribe button if you want to be a part of an awesome MMA community. We meet here pretty much every week and watch fights, have a couple beers together. And, you know, I've got lifelong friends, and I know several others have from this community. You guys know the martial arts community. You know, it's just that. It's community. Says that sounds... Oh, I did have to get it back, but have other app can watch Hulu stuff on. Oh, what a transition there from Lovato Jr. Meregali looked like he was going to get him in trouble there. Oh, Meregali jumping right into the guard with his knee on the chest of Lovato. Talk about a power move. Oh, and then moves right into side control. I mean, he just buoyed his way, hammered his way into side control. New movie Prey is legit. You have to see it. I've heard good things so far. I'm going to have to check it out. No link, sorry. And Meregali working from side control here on Lovato. Lovato pushing his chest up, pushing up against his neck with that left arm, trying to create some space. And Meregali moving back to side control. Lovato, there's a judge's favor for Nicholas Meregali. Nicholas is a beast, DeVitor. And look for Nicholas to move for an arm triangle here, possibly an arm bar here from side control. Last fight, for those guys that didn't see it, we seen a one-arm rear naked choke. Oh, and he jumped to mount just for a second there. Nicholas Meregali, Rafael, good job of jumping back to half guard immediately. Oh, Rafael looking for the heel hook. And Nicholas sprawling, ended up with the dominant north-south here in a guillotine attempt. Rafael's going to stand back up and back to the center of the mat. Both guys standing. Some Nicholas keeps doing that's pretty risky, and Rafael has a decent heel hook, is stepping over into the inside of Lovato Jr.'s guard. You know, if Lovato decides to spin real quick, he can go for a heel hook from that. But Meregali has a very unique kind of battering ram way of passing guard and getting to better positions. And one of the things is that step inside. Another thing is a moment ago when he jumped with his knee onto the chest of Lovato. He likes to grind his shoulders into your chin, his head into your chin and chest. Uchimata attempt there from Nicholas. And Nicholas just standing straight up, looking for the judo throw here with Lovato, and I don't think Lovato is going to win that game. Meregali looking for the Ochigari from the outside. Hey, naked asshole, get the fook out of here. Close required in this chat. Inside sweep attempt there for Meregali. I'm very impressed with Lovato's game tonight. His defense has been on. I do think Meregali's winning this fight. Oh! What a throw! As soon as I say that, from Meregali, starts with an Asotagari. He's going to throw Lovato over his hip, turns it into an... Or excuse me, starts with an Agoshi, turns it into an Asotagari, the outer reaping move, and straight into an arm triangle here. And that's a big advantage I kind of figured Nicholas would have over Lovato Jr. His judo game is much better. Oh, and look at that. Meregali letting Lovato Jr. stand up to get him in a more dominant position. He's going to go for a calf splitter here. And good defensive move there from Lovato to get back position. And Meregali's going to again jump in with the knee on that chest. And now back in the half guard of Lovato. Oh, and look at Meregali just sliding back in the mouth. Oh, now he jumps, trying to get into full mount. He's almost there. Lovato pushing up against the shoulders of Nicholas and actually pushes him all the way off temporarily. What a defensive move from Lovato Jr. I says, surprise, you don't know Spanish, Rob. Callers are always jinxing. All right, 222 up in the chat. Make sure and hit that like button if you like what I do. Like I said, hit that subscribe button. If you want to help us keep going every week, you can hit that super chat, add to our tip jar through either super chat or the Cash App Seattle Mike. Appreciate any donations. And Nicholas really driving in for this arm triangle now. And he's in a great position to get it, but Lovato keeps on, he keeps on pulling out these defensive aces tonight. And Meregali moving back to mount here. Knee on the chest of Lovato again. Oh, now he's got the back. If he can move to the left and flatten Lovato out, Lovato could be in trouble here. And Meregali bowling against the chin. Nice little palm strike to the chin there from Nicholas. And you say, a strike's legal in jiu-jitsu? It's kind of like jiu-jitsu and judo. It's like, yeah, they're not exactly illegal, but proof that I did it on purpose. That's kind of the rule. And now Meregali pushing down on the arm of Lovato, and he just caused enough pain there, pushing on that left arm to pass just a little further. Now he's taking the right arm of Lovato and stretching it out. Oh, and look at that slick move to get hooks. Has the back and the hooks. Now he's going to move back to mount. Seems like that's got to be a judge's favor there. That was like four dominant positions in a row for Meregali. Oh, and Meregali looking for the RNC here. He might be in a good position to get this. He's not quite in all the way. It's kind of a modified arm triangle here. Oh, now he brings in the hooks. Nope, the arm triangle's not in. Now he's going for the RNC. Good defense here by Lovato. Taking both arms to control the choking hand of Meregali, and almost off the mat, the referee is going to reposition him in the middle of the mat, and those exchanges get a cheer from the crowd. The like button, tap the bell, and subscribe. Thank you, Bill. Let's go. I know the most important words: tequila, cerveza, and mata beer and weed. Just remember El Baño after you drink all the beer, and I guess you're good to go, Robert. All right, back in dominant position, back with hooks in here for Meregali in the center of the mat. No blood on this mat, but man, is it covered in sweat. And Lovato doing everything he can to kind of sprawl up here to create as much leverage as he can. Keep Meregali from stretching him out. Oh, Meregali bringing that guard up higher. They're going to trap the arms of Lovato so we can get that RNC in there. Now he's going to roll him back over on the back. Got all his weight on there. Even a more dominant position, but he has not been able to get around the neck of Lovato yet. Oh, looking for the crossface now. Can't get it. Like I said earlier, I think Lovato is stronger, and that's one of the big things that has saved him. Lovato Jr., I mean, he's a strong dude. Never underestimate the old man's strength. And the half Nelson here. Meregali using the half Nelson to try to turn that into an armbar. Oh, and then back to an RNC attempt. 40 seconds left. You can see there's about 50 seconds this fight was stalled. That's the difference between our clock and the official clock. Full mount here for Meregali. But he's running out of time to get a finish. I think there's no doubt about how the decision's going to go, though. 15 seconds. And it does appear that Rafael Lovato Jr. will survive, but a mostly defensive performance here from Lovato Jr. Yeah, just surviving. You're right, Mesquita. Yep, El Baño is a restroom. You're right. Join your commentary. Nice pour of whiskey. Cheers, Steve. Rob loves that sticky Ervidania. It's true. I like it. And thank you. All right. Yes, 269 up in the chat. Appreciate every one of you. Main event coming up after this decision, guys. The two best heavyweight grapplers, possibly the two best heavyweight jiu-jitsu players in the history of the game. Gordan Ryan and Felipe Pena. Nick was making a great transition to Nogi. Yes, he is. What are people's thoughts on how the main will go? Matt Rennie, I have Gordan Ryan. I think he's going to end up with maybe like an RNC, maybe a Von Flue choke, some kind of modification of that kind of choke in there. I think he is going to try to get the heel hook, because he was unsuccessful in their other two matches on getting the heel hook. But I don't think he's going to get it. But I think he's going to end up going for the RNC. I think he wins it by choke. Pena by people's elbow. I like it. Main event will go painfully. Put a mirror in the background. Yeah, YouTube's on that one. People have been suspended for that one, unfortunately. Meregali mastered Mexican ground karate. It's the level of real Mexicans. Unreal. I like it. Felipe teams FGP. All right, shout out. Who do you think's gonna win the main event? Gordan Ryan or Felipe Pena? Shout out your pick. Gordan Ryan by whatever he wrote on a piece of paper before fights, Robert. What's up, FGP? I do not know Spanish or Portuguese. I know it's for something. Sorry. And, I mean, this is Nicholas Meregali for just his third no-gi match, too. That's crazy impressive. All right, guys, I'm going to take a real quick restroom break, grab some water, and we'll put up the last super chat, $5 super chat from Drunken Boxing. We'll leave you with that, see if anybody knocks him off of the table. And I will be right back. All right, here we go, guys. Interview from Meregali here. Big victory there from Meregali. Not able to get the submission tonight, but a dominant performance. And coming up next, the two best heavyweights in BJJ, Gordan Ryan and Felipe Pena. Third time that they have fought. This one's a no time limit. They will go until somebody is submitted. Aqua fishing, yep, he will. Gordan Ryan board him once the sweat comes. Ryan by submission, but concerned a failed heel hook opportunity by Ryan might leave him exposed to defending for a bit. I kind of had that thought too, Steve. Could definitely happen. Hey, Steve Vittora, thanks for the warm welcomes to all our Latin new in stream. Yes, thank you. Much appreciated. Pena finally shuts Ryan's mouth, says Tom. Ooh. Well, thank you, PR. Appreciate that. It says this is the best channel. Gordan is awesome, but I really hate his attitudes is what. Yeah, there's a few people that don't care for him. Pena coming with a single serving, a humble pie for Gordo. I think there's a lot of people rooting for Felipe Pena tonight. Rooting for Gordan Ryan to get a little taste of his own medicine. If he thinks he's going to put a submission in an envelope, which I'm sure he probably is, and then he's going to pull that submission off against Felipe Pena, that is very risky. Ryan rides the fine line between conceit and arrogance. I love that, Steve. Pena submission in the first 5 minutes. Cannot do any streams. Sorry. I had to pay $30 for this myself. Flow Grappling, it's $150 for a year. For some reason, my Roku gave me the option to buy 1 month for $30. Some people were telling me theirs wasn't. So I don't know. The meme of Gordan as a baby really got to him. In this interview, you could see how hard he was trying to portray his manhood, which just shows how insecure he is on the subject. I like it. Rose says, I'd like violence. I hear you, man. No, I absolutely conceited and arrogant. No doubt about it. All right, guys. The time is finally here. Felipe Pena, Gordan Ryan. If you haven't yet, guys, put our time out here and the $30 out there. If everyone can at least, throw a like out there. Very much appreciate it. And look at this. Billy Hughes says, Super Chat. So, Mike, this may be a new beginning, a new pathway. Thank you to the time bender, Billy Hughes, bringing us up to an even $15 on the night. The $4 super chat, and thank you, Billy Hughes, for all the super chats donations last night. Made it for a big night on yesterday's UFC Santos versus Hill as well. Gracie's made BJJ mainstream. Yes, they did. It's not conceit if he can back it up. Steve, this match will do a long ways to determine if that conceit is warranted. Galvão will beat him ADCC. Galvão's a stud. He's only 18 years old. And, of course, he pulled off a one-arm RNC tonight. Yeah, he's scary good. I feel like if PRNA loses, I may say it's because of Lowe's death. I don't know, man, but if Pena loses, yeah, that's, man, what a sad situation, though. Rule set is completely different there. I support independent creators. Hit that like and subscribe if you do, too. Thank you, Billy Hughes. Pena couldn't beat Galvão ADCC. How would Gordan do in MMA? He's kind of talked like he thinks he's going to try it eventually. Didn't he just sign, I think, me and either Billy or Rob were talking about this. I think Gordan Ryan officially signed with ONE FC for jiu-jitsu tournaments, which is going to make it, much easier. He won't sign with the UFC right away. I'll say that. I do not believe he'll sign with the UFC right away. I'd be very surprised if he signs with the UFC at all. For one thing, UFC is not the biggest paycheck in town anymore. A lot of the bigger stars are getting bigger paydays in Bellator, even PFL, as we've seen. Anthony Pettis has been getting $750,000 show money for each match. ONE FC, I've heard, pays very well. And he could be their jiu-jitsu champion because they're making belts for jiu-jitsu. And possibly their MMA champion if he gets to that level. At least an opportunity. Ryan versus Aoki in ONE, August 27th. He signed ONE. Oh, thank you, Billy. I didn't know. I knew they had a big show on the 26th on Amazon. What's up, the Bean Khan? Bean Canny said he trained Muay Thai a little bit, so who knows? Depending on his striking game as well. Yeah, I haven't seen enough from his striking to know if he could translate everything over to MMA. Even if you're a good grappler, I mean, heavyweight, you gotta weather through some bombs. Signed with 1 BJJ. Flow is so slow and wonky, suckaholic. Listen, they haven't been having much time in between the matches now. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in the house. Shout out to Rio de Janeiro. Never seen him throw a punch, only a slap. Ha! UFC is still the cash king for big stars. Agreed on it, Jim. $3 to $4 per pay-per-view buy for people like Jones and Connor. Only the slab. How long do you think this match will take? Dude, who knows? It's no time limit, and I mean, in just a minute, I'm going to say Gordan Ryan gets him in 10 minutes. That's my prediction. I will donate a large sum of money to an orphanage to watch Gordan KO'd by head kick. I like it. That's hilarious. He can compete so many places. UFC would be the only place to keep him locked up. And that's the main reason, I think, Billy. All right, and they are doing a little commercial break, they're saying here. Event commercial break before the main event. Hopefully it's not too long. I had to work early in the morning. Hodge or Gracie in his prime versus Gordan Ryan. Who wins? Gordan Ryan. I don't see a fast match, guys. Fan of Gordan, no doubt the BJJ go. With that being said, him being KO'd would be satisfying. I think the fight will take like an hour or something. Yeah, that would be crazy. Longest match I've ever seen was an MMA match, and it was Sakuraba and Royce Gracie went an hour and 36 minutes. An hour and 30 regulation and 2 3-minute overtimes. Even in gi. Well, they're not in gi this time, though. What's up, Matt Rennie? Time is it in USA, guys? It's 8:51 here on the West Coast. It's 9 minutes to midnight on the East Coast. The cord on the back of the AC adapter, it had been getting frayed, and then it just went out. So I'm hoping the Octastream didn't go out, and it's just the adapter. But that would suck if my Octastream box blew. Gordo doesn't want a submission. He wants to win by smother him and have Pena tapped to exhaustion. Team LeBong, that could take a long time. Last week or something, I think, a match take like an hour and something. Oh, damn. 9:51 in Colorado. Hodge or Gracie is GOAT, says Scarzilli. Yeah, and thoughts and prayers out the family of Leandro Lowe. Horrible death over the weekend of one of the greats of jiu-jitsu, killed in a stupid altercation. It's very sad. Here it is almost 1 a.m. Oh, damn, yeah, it's getting late. It's a general AC cord, easy to replace. Yeah, I was looking online. Young David ordered something. He thought maybe that was the thing, but it ended up not being the right one. I told him to order something offline, but ended up not being right. Hoist versus Saku was classic. If his corner didn't throw in the towel, Hoist was going to end up in the ICU. Or both of them, man. Hour and 36 minutes. That's nuts. Isaac Michelle versus Kyle Chambers was 1-5 odds, ending in submission. Really? I didn't realize that. Killed by a cowardly off-duty cop. I hadn't heard that he's an off-duty cop. I haven't really read the story enough. Darnage. Amadeus Diamond, yes. What's next is the finale. Gordan Ryan, Felipe Pena. No time limit. So I guess what should I do with the time clock? We'll just put an hour on. That way you guys can tell how much time has gone by, I guess. And hope that it doesn't go an hour. And Gordan says he thinks this will be the biggest super fight ever. And I mean, in BJJ, this is definitely a super bout. Gordan Ryan considered probably the greatest jiu-jitsu player of all time. And him and Felipe Pena, the greatest, the two greatest heavyweight jiu-jitsu players of all time. I don't have it. Let me see if I can get in the scripts and have it count up. I have not. I've not played without him before. That's a good idea, though. Yeah, I'm just going to have it count down from an hour because I don't know why they make these clocks so complicated. It doesn't seem like it should be that hard a technology, but it really is. I had to go just to set up the time clock originally. You have to go to a separate website. You have to do a little bit of coding and stuff, and it was not that it was super hard, but it's a lot more complicated than you would think. Like starts in 0 seconds and goes up. Oh, yeah. If I could do it that way, I'm just not sure how it... No, it doesn't have a timer setting. Well, it does kind of have a timer setting, but you have to go to a different website. And then you have to embed the website into OBS to get the timer. And the scripts, yeah, I could show you sometime, but that's kind of a pain in the ass, actually. How many world championships in the gi for Gordan? Anybody know? I'm not sure. Gordan owns the no-gi game and has won more money than that all past and present. That is true. You think Gordo will ever get a Galvão opportunity? Possibly. Galvão is only 18 years old now, but there's 60 pounds difference between them tonight. All right, guys. Here he comes, our first competitor making his way onto the mat. Felipe Pena, here he comes. Already fought Gordan twice out of Team Gracie Barra. Out of Belo Horizonte, Brazil, 30 years old. Extremely decorated heavyweight grappler, multi-time IBJJF world champion, 2017 ADCC world champion. I mean, if it wasn't for Gordan Ryan, we would definitely be talking about Felipe Pena as possibly the greatest jiu-jitsu player ever. Flip your camera, right? Yeah, the chubby baby gets to intro last. Yep, I feel the nerves now. Hopefully Pena doesn't trip on a cord and blow his ACL. Be still, I'm trying to watch through the glasses. It's the best ever. That's why he enters when he wishes, says Alcoholic. All right, and here he comes. Some call him the king of grappling. He's definitely got the swagger out of Team New Wave. The local guy of who's #1 here in Austin, Texas, 27 years old. Gordan Ryan. Notice he's got the Joe Rogan Experience, like a little patch on his shirt there. Think Gordan will ever drop a weight class for a competition opportunity? No, he'll make somebody come to him. Felipe Pena, 3 years older at 30 years old. Ryan, an inch taller at 6'2". Both men within less than a pound of 228. All right, here we go. Actually, no limit, but we are counting down from an hour as the Kiwi God here with them. I don't know. All right, 352 up in the chat. 30 bucks for this, guys. If you could get me 15 more to pay for the pay-per-view, I would much appreciate it. Do a super chat or Cash App, Seattle Mike. A little slap to the back of the head from Pena. Gordon Ryan knows what that is. He slaps him on the other side. Ryan moving forward, hands behind the neck there. Now, oh, nice little right-handed slap there from Ryan. Says, and a little bit of a slap battle early here. And for those that are thinking, you know, this isn't combat jiu-jitsu, for those that have competed in judo and jiu-jitsu, you know slapping is legal, not legal. They just make it look like they're going for a grip or their hand comes loose, but there's definitely slapping if not punching. Inside sweep attempt from Ryan. And they both throw those, but basically like leg kicks, especially Pena is basically an inside leg kick there. And the continued hand play, just working for grip here. And this looks very familiar to me from judo matches too. You don't let the guy really get a hold of your gi at that level. Oh, good thinking. I'll move it down here in a minute. I hope it's not burned. Okay, thanks. And Ryan, hands behind the head. I gotta make a call here real quick. Sorry, I left something on the barbecue on low and I forgot about it. Hey, you guys, they're in foil on the top. You want to go ahead and move them down to the bottom? Either one of you. They're two roasts and they're both wrapped in foil, so be careful not to burn yourself. Yeah, just move them down to the bottom. Okay. It's the last match. Okay. All right, thanks. Bye. I completely forgot I was slow grilling two roasts on my barbecue. It's a good thing it's on very low. Payne should identify as a woman, so that way when he wins, everybody can say Gordan lost to a girl. Yeah, hopefully the roast is good. I meant to have it on for a while, but I think I had it on for a little longer than I had hoped. Luckily, I have it at 350 degrees, but I've had it at 350 degrees for, on the top rack, for 8 hours maybe. 9 hours, I think, now. Great calling and barbecue tips. Hell yeah, what's up? What's going on, Adam from Allen? Hey, Salim. I run this chat, so I tell you what goes on. I'll give you a little bitch slap there, buddy. And stalling warning here from the referee. Let's see what he's... I mean, I don't know what you're going to do. It's not like you can really penalize you. It's a no time limit. Oh, Chef Ramsay, get to the match. And a lot of pushing and hand play here between these two gargantuan men. 4:45 and time has elapsed. And we'll see, neither guy really want to take a big chance here, just fighting for grips. That's the 5-minute mark. And now Ryan grabbing on the back of the neck and Pena bringing him down. Pena with the collar tie there, and they break free. Oh, I saw a palm strike there from Ryan, and Pena says, I know you did that on purpose. He's almost slapped to the back of the head. And there's another one. Oh, that was... He's got to be careful. You're not supposed to really slap him. You're kind of supposed to make it look like it's a grip. He really didn't put much... Didn't really put much acting into that one. Ryan gives him a slap back, but a slow burn to start this match. Pena grabbing the back of Ryan's head there. Ryan with the horse collar goes for the inside trip. Pena going nowhere. And Gordon Ryan called this the biggest super fight in jiu-jitsu history. It may be the longest if they continue to go at this pace. I mean, we're just 6 minutes and 15 seconds in, but nobody's really gotten a legitimate offensive move yet. A sweep attempt there from Ryan. $401 in the chat. Hit that like button if you like MMA. You know it's about communities, and this is a great community. A lot of people have been here for several years. Maybe it's your first show. I invite you to join our community and hit that subscribe button. We're here pretty much every weekend for boxing, MMA, whether it's Bellator, UFC, Pride, ONE FC. Outside sweep attempt there from Pena. Ryan going nowhere, though. And Ryan with his right hand up on the left collar of Pena, trying to pull him in, goes for an inside sweep. Nothing there, and they break again. Gordan will tap to stomach ache. Business Jiu-Jitsu Network. Is there anyone outside from Galvão you guys think has a chance to beat Pena or Gordan? Not that I've seen. I think those guys, right now they're leaps and bounds above everyone. Ryan with the aggressive horse collar inside. Now he's got the right underhook. And both guys with horse collars here. We'll see if somebody at least attempts a takedown here. Oh, and Ryan's just going to drop to his knees. He drops to his knees, and he's going to invite Pena in. And Pena spins to the side, almost the side control here. But Ryan's going to hook the right leg of Pena. Oh, Pena sits down and rolls. Ryan's got the back. Ryan's got the back, and he's got hooks in. He baited Pena, and he caught the fish. Let's see if he can do anything with it. Pena fighting to get out of this guard, and Ryan slamming him to the ground. Here comes the action. He's got the back. Gordan Ryan putting hooks in. Pena struggling to get out. An elbow there, inadvertent elbow, I think, spinning there from Pena from the ground. Pena fighting to get to guard. He has not been able to yet, though. Ryan very close to a mount here from side control. If he just moves that right leg, if he can escape that foot, past the legs of Pena, he'll have full mount. Now he's just leaning his weight on Pena 9.5 minutes into this match. And now Ryan slows the pace, puts his arm behind the head of Pena, and he's just laying all of his weight on Pena. Now Pena trying to push off a little bit. Pena using all the energy here. Ryan just using his own weight. Oh. And Pena grabbing the feet, or Ryan grabbing the feet of Pena now, but Pena did escape. Most dominant position of the fight so far. Ryan had it there, trying to jump over the guard of Pena here. Pena doing a good job of keeping him out. Oh, Pena locking the left leg of Gordan Ryan. He's got a straight leg bar. Pena working a straight leg bar here. And Ryan bends it here. Very calm, Gordan Ryan, but that looked serious there for a moment. Such a chess match. It's like you think nothing's happening for a long time, and then there's a lot happening. And both guys kind of playing footsie here, going for leg locks. Pena grabbing the inside of the heel of Ryan's right leg and straightening it out. He's got his left leg wrapped up around the right leg of Pena, though. Pena has the dominant position here momentarily. Still going for that heel hook, but there'll be no judge's decision here. And now Ryan's rocking back and forth and stands up. They are both standing. Ryan looking to be much more aggressive now, though. And an applause from the crowd from those strategies. And Ryan's going to sit back down on his butt. Pena gives him a little wink. But, like, he knows how this game went last time. He almost got submitted. Did Ryan give a prediction in an envelope? I didn't see if he did. On the podcast, GSP said 55. Leg barbecue. Leave. Can anybody with a brain knew what this was? Playing footsie. Can't believe Gordan lost that position. Wow, right? How's the match going? What's streams? It's going somewhat slow, but a couple of dominant positions from each guy, more so for Gordan Ryan. But yeah, if anything, I'm more surprised that Pena was able to escape that. Main event here, two best heavyweight jiu-jitsu players on the planet. Maybe the two best of all time. Daddy did an envelope prediction. He wants a win over this guy any way he can get it. Yeah, that's how we should be thinking. How far in match are we? 13, 41, 42, 43, 44. 13 minutes, 45 seconds has elapsed. Nice. Sub-tapped over back take. Oh, and Ryan looking to pull Pena into his guard. Pena's being very hesitant here. Pena grabbing the right leg of Ryan with this left leg, trying to. And now he's sitting down. This could be a slick move by Pena, just sitting down on the right leg of Gordan Ryan. I mean, he just took that position. He just took half guard. Now he's going to sit back on the right ankle of Ryan. This is Pena with the dominant position, and he kind of just took it. And Ryan scooting on his butt. Pena moving Moving to dominant north-south there for a moment. Now cradled into kind of a side control. Crotch ripper. Any significant moves? Sorry, I'm late to the party. What's up, guy, man? Yeah, Gordan Ryan had the back with hooks in. I thought Pena was in a lot of trouble, but Pena escaped. What's up, Sheep? Thank you, sir. Or Shep, excuse me. Sorry. Shep with the super chat. Bringing us up to $20 on the night. Thank you, Shep. And Pena moves to side control for a minute. Ryan escapes. All right, 16 and a half minutes into this one. And Pena just kind of sitting on Ryan's half guard. Now he moves inside. Ryan moving him inside, grabbing the inside of the elbow. Now he's moving his left leg around to the outside. Ryan's working on... Oh, then he just kicks him in the... Kicks his stomach, kicks him away. Interesting move there as you move over 17 minutes. Submission wrestling should be in the Olympics. Agreed, Purple Monkey. He's trying to pass at the elbow, hanging over. One of the things some people have complained about, though, when their martial art goes to the Olympics, is some people have said that it was ruined. Taekwondo people are not happy that Taekwondo is in the Olympics. A lot of them, because it took it from a fight, basically a kickboxing fight, to point touching. And Pena scrambling around Ryan, trying every angle he can to get inside the guard. Ryan spinning. Oh, Ryan starts to get back up. Pena pushes him back down and gives him the little finger. He's, Pena taunting Ryan. Oh, and he does it again, putting his finger and whispering in his ear. Felipe Pena giving Gordan Ryan a little taste of his own medicine. A little bit of taunting here from Felipe. And Felipe holding down, was holding down his right arm with Pena's left knee. Now he moves to side control. If you're talking about position game, especially in the last 10 minutes, Felipe Pena is basically the only one that's had dominant positions. All right, he's trying to pass with the elbow hanging over. Oh, now that Ryan's scooting all the way almost to the edge of the mat. People are having to move here. Now Ryan on top. Pena fighting to keep guard there. Now he's got Ryan's leg here. He's got it wrapped up. If anything, this is a defensive move to keep Ryan from advancing. At best, he could attack with an ankle lock here. See, Ryan knows that he straightens the leg out, and in this position, he knows Pena has no room to go for a leg bar. And they are back up. 20 minutes in, they are standing right back where they were at the beginning of this match. 517 people in the chat. If you appreciate MMA, if you like fighting, if you like jiu-jitsu, hit that like button. Guys, we're doing these things every week. The Fight Companions pretty much every week, whether it's boxing, Bellator, UFC, ONE FC. Who looks tired? You know what? The cardio on both these guys, I would say I don't think either one of them looks too tired yet. This is 20 minutes in. Great cardio with both guys. Dude, I was watching 3 others break it down. You're doing the best. Well, thank you, Bernie. Ryan will win with the mental game. What do you think is winning so far? 20 minutes. If it was by points, I would give it to Pena. But this is a no time limit submission only. Some hand play on the ground there from Ryan. Ryan tries to get up again, and Pena just pushes him right back down. I've never seen anyone treat Gordon Ryan like this. I mean, Pena is pushing him around a lot. No links. Sorry, guys. Cost me $30 to watch this. I'm just trying to give back to the MMA community a little bit by giving you guys the commentary of what's going on here. And Felipe sitting on Ryan's legs, putting all that weight on his right leg. Scrambling to pass the position. This is definitely half guard at least. And he's got Ryan's right leg locked up with his legs here. Oh, Ryan started to pull that right arm in, and Felipe gets out of there. Now Ryan butt scooting, and Pena's deciding, I'm not going to let you back up. Jumps back in. He doesn't want to jump straight into the guard of Ryan, though. So now grabbing his left leg with his right hand, spinning Ryan around. Ryan kind of following him. Oh, Ryan, and he sets down. Pena sits down, but Ryan's got his legs hooked around the right leg of Pena. Ryan might be playing the slow. He might be playing the slow burn here on this right ankle of Pena. He's rolling. He's got his arms in there now. He's rolling the knee around. It looks like Ryan might be working on an ankle block here. Pena also looking to pass to side control here, though. And oh, good job there from Pena, holding down that right arm of Ryan, so Ryan has no offensive move there. Oh, now Ryan rolling over, looking to get that left leg of Pena, but Pena sits down. Pena on top in the dominant position. Ryan has not even been able to put him in guard in quite some time, just past the 24-minute mark. A war of attrition here, to say the least. Now Ryan from his back grabbing the horse collar for a moment, trying to pull himself up. Pena moving to the left side of Gordon. Gordon looks like he's looking to somebody to talk to him. I don't know if John Danaher's here. I'm assuming he is, but I've never seen Ryan look to anybody to ask questions, and not in my recollection. And now Ryan's right leg stretched out over Pena. Pena rolls on him, trying to pass position. Pena gets up, and Ryan chases after him, but neither guy able to get a takedown or a dominant position. And now here they are standing horse collar to horse collar once again. And we got a cash out. Ian Trop with the $5 cash app. Or Ian, excuse me. Ian Trop. Thank you, Ian Trop, for the $5 cash app. Bringing us to $25 in the tip jar tonight. Thank you very much. Gordan is losing the mental game. No, he's not. Pena is doing nothing. I think Gordan Ryan has looked frustrated a couple times. He's looked impatient a couple times, which I've never seen. I'm not sure who's more tired, to be honest. It might be Pena. Pena's looking like maybe he's getting a little tired now. But yeah, Pena definitely playing the mental game, talking the smack to Gordan. I haven't seen Gordan say anything to Pena. Now Ryan with the hand play, the right hand horse collar, trying to get inside for a takedown here. We'll see if Ryan maybe just sits down on his butt again. He's done that a few times. Sweep attempt on the outside from Felipe. Goes nowhere, though. Horse collar attempt again there from Ryan. Felipe just shakes his head both ways and out. Ryan going for the inside sweep there. Ryan almost looked like he wanted to go for a Tomonagi, which, if you guys don't know who that is, what that is, I'll just say monkey flip. It's a judo throw where you push your foot into the stomach and you just lean back and flip the guy up. But I guess Pena's body weight wasn't shifting the right way for him. Another inside sweep attempt from Ryan. And another cash app from Dwight McBride. $5 cash app. Thank you, Dwight McBride. Much appreciated. Thank you much, bringing us up to $30 on the night. I knew the MMA community would pay for the pay-per-view. You guys are awesome. Gordan on the EPOs, though. Well, maybe they both are. I don't know. Both guys horse collar inside. Pena pushing back on the face there of Ryan. I mean, Pena's he's been actively playing mental games with Ryan the entire year. Oh, Ryan was very close to getting a Sotogari there. I'm kind of surprised Pena stood up, actually. That was a strong move. The Sotogari is like an outside sweep. A sweep on the outside of the two legs. Coming up on the 30-minute mark. A little horse collar and a push there from Ryan. Inside sweep attempt from Ryan. Ryan just looked like he just wanted to shoot for a double leg there, and Pena pushing his hip backs and getting out of the way. Ryan getting more aggressive with the hand play inside here. And the horse collars. I think Ryan's getting impatient here. A little slap behind the head there from Ryan, and again. A lot of times watching these from the outside, I can get a little idea of, what somebody should do or could do. Both these guys are so high level, I can just comment on what I see. Double horse collar from both guys. Ryan wants engagement. We all do. Ryan wants to do jiu-jitsu. Damn, Mike, we need to add more time to clock if they keep this up. I want Pena to win. Yeah, I did that kind of hoping to see when an hour, so I would know when an hour was. I mean, I got work early in the morning, but I'll stick with you guys. I just hope this thing doesn't go like 5 hours or something crazy. It is no time limit. Yeah, I think a lot of people want Pena to win Trofix. Single leg attempt there for Pena. Ryan pushes him back down though. Oh, Ryan going for the Ichimata on the inside. The judo throw. Pena collapses on him, though, and they go down for a second. Cheers from the crowd, but they're back to standing. Ryan definitely getting more aggressive. He was in deep on that throw. I mean, these guys have already fought twice. They're 32 minutes into this match. You would think and hope that they know, at least a little bit more about each other than they did before fighting. And Ryan with the horse collar again, pulling Pena down. Oh, and he's got him around the waist, and Gordan slams him. Gordan Ryan slamming Pena down to the ground. And Ryan on top. Pena grabbing an ankle. Pena looking for a leg bar. I think it may be doing that as much for position as anything. Get distance in between them because Ryan was in deep. But yeah, Ryan had slammed him. If it had been anybody but Felipe Pena. And Ryan working as hard as he can to get inside that guard, but Pena's got that leg hooked. He's got that right leg of Gordan Ryan hooked. And Ryan's working slowly, but I mean, he doesn't seem to be real concerned about it. And he may just want to lay on the inside, and there's a smile from Ryan. Pushing down with his hand on the neck and chest of Pena there for a moment, but Pena's got that ankle. Ryan can't get too aggressive. I think he's almost out, though. He's almost got the ankle out. But Ryan trying to figure out how to let that ankle out and not lose position, and he does. Pena back up. Ryan pushes him back down and out of bounds. Referee's going to have to bring him back in. We'll see what position he puts him back in. And for whatever reason, I don't know why they're stopping the clock at this point. But 34:28, they stopped the clock. We'll know when an hour's gone from our clock. Pena, leg bar, you mean straight ankle lock. Pena's getting nowhere. Knee bar. Well, a leg bar would just be the arm straightened out like or leg straightened out like an arm bar. But yeah, somewhere, I guess. Wait, what's the call here? So Ryan's asking for his position back, and I think the referee's saying there's no position. So they're arguing over exactly what the position was as they were going out of bounds. And they get back, Ryan on top. Almost jumps the guard. Inside the open guard now of Pena. Ryan was definitely willing to go to instant replay, though, to make sure he got the position he thought he had. And Ryan pushing with his weight on the elbow now. I mean, you would think you would be ready to do pretty much anything inside the rules that you could do just to make the other guy uncomfortable at this point. We just passed 35 minutes. And Ryan, he's close to mount here. If he can get that right leg past Pena, Pena just locked it up with his legs. He's got the left leg straddled over Pena, foot on the ground here. He's not really in a position yet to go for any submissions here, but he's close to a mount, or if he wanted to take it, possibly side control. I think Ryan, he's going to rock back. He's going to slide a little bit here. Good use of the horse collar there, but Pena kicks off. You can tell Ryan's frustrated. He does not want to give up position here. Now he jumps basically to side control. And the super chat from Indonesia. Thank you, Danang, for the super chat, man. Anybody know how much those 20,000 are in dollars? Oh, and Gordan picks him up and slams him. Big slam from Gordan. Now he moves to a dominant position. Big takedown there from Gordan Ryan. Thank you, Danang, for the super chat. Oh, be nice, guys. You just donated. Come on. Don't act a fool. I don't know what it is. I'm just going to call it $5. All right, $35 on the night, nearing the 38-minute mark. What's up, David Conister? It's 10,000, bro. Oh, did your stream freeze for a moment? The flow, yeah, the flow grappling stream froze for just about 30 seconds here a few minutes ago, but I just kind of ignored it till it came on. Damn, my link done. So as Pena said, no. Colk says flow blows. Haha. Ah, thanks, Billy. All right, Ryan working from the outside, pushing on the knees of Pena, doing everything he can to get on the inside. Thanks, Robert. Oh, and Ryan sitting down to get, he had dominant north-south there. He decided not to take it. Pena looking for the knee bar here, though, and that's going to... Oh, and Ryan sits down. I thought he was going to have to give up position there. But he sits down on it. Kenny Foreign did have wicked elbows. Yes, who looks fresher? Ryan looks fresher for sure. He's been laying on Pena, you know, a significant amount of this match. That's a lot of weight to take as we near the 40-minute mark. Pena looking for an ankle lock there, but Ryan bending his leg the right way and just collapsing in. There's 40 minutes on their time clock. Almost 42 minutes of actual time gone, though. Who I got? I think Gordan Ryan will figure out how to win this eventually. But yeah, it is no time limit. And Pena rolling the ankle here again. This is mostly defensive, though, and Gordan just kicks out of it. Gordan just can't get the right distance to get inside for a legitimate submission attempt on Pena, though. When you get to a point, I guess, where guys are so good, it gets really hard for somebody to get a submission. And these guys are top of the food chain. Oh, leg attack here for Pena. He's pretty deep on this ankle lock. Oh, Ryan kicks out. Back to standing. Ryan chases him, but chases him out of bounds. The referee stops him there. Ryan was ready to go for another one of those tackles. These guys might be light heavyweights or middleweights by the end of this thing. And Gordan Ryan cheering over something. Trying to figure out what's going on here. Pena off the mat talking to somebody. And Gordan Ryan cheering. I think Ryan's winning, but there's no decision. It's full time, and they're back in there. Yeah, they should weigh him at the end. I have no idea what Pena was trying to tell the officials there. But he was unhappy about something. Ryan with the horse collar there. Yeah, Ryan was definitely trying to claim victory. I think he might have thought that Pena was submitting to exhaustion, and Ryan pulling down on the neck of Pena now. And I'm seeing the genius of Gordan Ryan now. You've seen Luis Pena at the beginning. You know, he was talking a little bit of smack. He was trying to lay the mental game on Gordan Ryan. And Ryan was quiet. I thought, well, maybe he's not going to do this with Pena. He waited until Pena was tired. Now he's playing the mental game. Pulling Pena's head down pushing against him, pulling against him. Now Ryan with the horse collar again. Ryan right hand around the waist, goes for a throw, gets Pena down. There we go, he gets on top. Pena grabbing that ankle again, though. If anything, defensively, every time he grabs that ankle, Gordan has to come out and reset. Got to be very frustrating. Not as frustrating as getting tapped to an ankle lock, though. And yeah, you can tell Ryan's frustrated. He just takes his hand and pushes down on Pena's face. On Ryan jumping and moving to side control now. Oh, clash of heads. Oh, those guys both clashed. It looked like Ryan might have been a little woozy there for a moment. Oh, big sweep for Ryan on the outside. I think Ryan played possum. He played like he was a little woozy from the headbutt, and on the outside just kicks Pena's legs out from underneath him. What a sweep. Easy pass. Imagine what Galvão is going to do. King of push, stay away, run out the clock. Well, this is a no time limit, though. There ain't no running out the clock. Pena's being faced with either an end with horror or her horrors without end. Yeah, I have a feeling Gordan Ryan will do this for 5 hours if he needs to. And I have a feeling Pena will not. So there it is. Felipe Pena submits to exhaustion. Gordan Ryan is the winner. 601 up in the chat. Like I said, Gordan Ryan, I think he would do this forever. And there it is. And boos from the crowd. What? No water break made him quit. OMDs. Holy crapazoid. And here is the official decision. Wow, there you go. Verbal submission. Gordan King Ryan. Wow. And who was that? Somebody was saying he thinks that's the way he wants to get this submission. Wow, and Felipe... There, Gordan Ryan grabbing the belt, retains his flow grappling submission belt. No time limit means real jiu-jitsu, means Ryan is the king. What a butts. No time. Wow, yes, verbal tap. James says, how embarrassing. As I said, there will be controversy. Oh, real Donald Trump in the house. There's a new patio for Ryan. Haha. That's hilarious. All right, 603 up in the chat. While we're here, everybody make sure smash that like button. Hit that subscribe button. If you got any money left in your pocket, you should throw it in that tip jar right there. What do you need money for? Steroids kicked in for Ryan. Wow, Pena couldn't hang with no time limit Gordan. Now it's safe to say Gordan Ryan will eat up Galvão in September. Rafael Lovato Jr. versus Nicholas Meregali. Yeah, that was the fight of the night for sure. No limit is real life. Didn't know that's a thing. King Gordan Pena was a thirsty baby. We're the Royal Guard. All hell, King Ryan. Tap to gassing over submission. Unbelievable. 600 in the chat. 189 likes. Come on, let's show Seattle Mike some love. I know you guys know where that like button is. Thank you, Billy. I had my wife move him down. But, An interview first here with Felipe Pena. So Felipe says, everyone is clapping for this guy. He's really good on this mat. So there he goes. Felipe Pena said, he said he did not want to fight today after the death of his friend in jiu-jitsu. He says this fight's going to happen. Felipe Pena said he tried to back out of the fight this morning after finding out his friend was dead. Boos from the crowd. This has got to be tough for Felipe. I mean, I know you don't want to hear excuses in a situation like that, but you also don't want to have a guy being booed after talking about, losing his friend in a horrible death. I don't think he wants to comment on that. Oh, wow. Gordan Ryan says, I was going to say something nice, but after that, fuck him. That's what Gordan Ryan just said. And Gordan Ryan Okay. So Gordan saying Felipe tried to change the rules several times. He tried to have it changed to 30 minutes. He tried to save it. He tried to change it to an hour. He said, you're not changing the rules. Said Felipe tried to get more money. I mean, I'm careful, guys, about trying to criticize a guy after somebody, just losing a friend. But I just don't like the way that Pena went about that. And Gordan says he picked up the pace because he's seen he was breaking. And he told Felipe Pena, he says, your grips are not that strong. You're not that good. He said, I haven't, that's because I haven't started trying yet. And Gordan Ryan says he broke him. So now there is a rematch signed. So they were 1-2 through 3. They're 1-2 now. Pena won the first 2. Should have tried to win for his friend instead of R.I.P. Leandro, right? Losing a friend, but he should be professional, not make an excuse. I did lose a friend. How good of a friend was he? I don't know. I have not read as much of that story as maybe I could have by this point. Somebody in here probably knows more. Rocky Ford. Dude, if it says exhaustion in that envelope, that would be amazing. Losing a friend made an entire system of rowing less efficient. What's going on, Phil? Do you row in the house? That row stinks. It ended that way. Yeah, it is. Damn, we got 400-something people in here. Nice. What's going on, Phil? Do you roll? Should have taken that loss like a man, unlike the way he quit. And it looked like he was trying to quit before. Because he was talking to the officials. I mean, I'm sure he was, because he went over there and Gordan Ryan was celebrating about 5 minutes before he did quit. I think when he seen Gordan Ryan celebrate, he decided to maybe go another 5 minutes. That's when you can tell Gordan Ryan really picked up the pace, really started, to push the pace on Pena. Because he's like, okay, I think I broke this guy. And, you know, he did. Tonight, he broke him. And is the one guy that had proven he could beat Gordan Ryan. He was 2-0 against Gordan. He did get a rematch clause in the contract. So he's 1-2. So, you know, Gordan's 1-2 against Felipe. Gordan says, I'll rematch him every month if that's what he wants. He said easy money. 2-0 against baby Gordan. Ha. When did they open the envelope? I don't think he had an envelope for Pena. Was drunk, took a nap, just woke up. I don't think he had an envelope. Back then, the Gracies were grappling for hours, and he is tapping out after less than an hour. Yeah, like I said, Sakuraba and Reis fought for an hour and 36 minutes in Japan. And they were not just laying on each other. I mean, if you guys haven't watched the match, if you got an hour and 36 minutes, you think you can make it through. I mean, it is a war of attrition. But I would advise it. It's actually one of my favorite matches that I've ever watched. His friend's disappointed. That's so lame. Dominator, exactly. Steve P says, break him again. Hit that like button. LL rolling over and LL rolling in his grave. And he's, oh, wow, James. But, you know, he was very unprofessional is how he used that as an excuse. I don't like it. Reis versus Sakuraba was something else. Yes, it was. If anything has ever rolled, you know what average roll is about 10 to 15 minutes and you're exhausted. 40 minutes is just the insane next level cardio. And, you know, I will be honest, the longest judo matches I was ever in, the longest matches they have are 15 minutes. You know, you would do 3 5-minute rounds. And, you know, you got a 30-second break in between rounds. That was like in the big tournaments. The one thing I will say, same as judo, same as jiu-jitsu, though, it ends up being a little more than 15 minutes because every time you break, you know, the time stops running. Same situation in jiu-jitsu in this, though. I cannot imagine 45. Extremely unprofessional. Yep, damn Gordan on that TRT. It's a weak excuse. Did Michael Jordan compete in the finals after his father was murdered? Still showed up and won. Pena is weak. Tamed. Now, I don't want to say someone's weak because they didn't want to fight because their friend died. It's a horrible situation. Have a good night, Robert. Drunken charge, everyone. What I will say is it was unprofessional the way that he went about it. Once you hear all of the intricacies, like Gordan Ryan, you know, saying that he asked for more money, says, oh, now I'm going to need $2,000 more to do it. That has nothing to do with your friend. And like I said, I don't know how close he was to his friend. Maybe he was one of his best friends. I don't know, and that's tough. I don't want to make light of that. But, you know, on the other hand, yeah, Gordan Ryan told him, if he's not mentally competent, let's not do the fight. Gordan Ryan said that. If both guys don't want to fight, I don't see how Flow Wrestling's going to be able to hold them. I mean, you can't handcuff the guy and throw him onto the mat. If he didn't want to fight, and Gordan Ryan says, let's not fight if he's not mentally stable, I think they don't have the fight. They get paid to train. Both were in shape. It literally was submission due to exhaustion. It's a real thing. Jordan is on another level as a human being. Can't even compare. Yeah. No, I hear you. It is a real thing. And I can't imagine grappling for 45 minutes. The shape I'm in right now, I'd probably be super tired after 4.5 minutes. Make sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Thank you, Billy. It's also a legitimate game plan and no time limit event. Well played, Ryan. Pena lost fairly. And yeah, like you said, he started being more aggressive when he's seen Pena starting to break. And, I mean, everything Gordan said makes complete sense to me. And, you know, it makes sense if you've been in the grappling game. You know you might go for an hour or more. I mean, you're probably not going to come out guns blazing in the first minute. I mean, you know, nobody can go 100 miles an hour for an hour. Page didn't want to get submitted by Gordan on TV. Recap the card, Mike. All right. Thank you, Billy. Let's get a recap of the card. Because there were some good matches tonight. A good submission. A one-armed rear naked choke, by the way, which was insane. All right, guys, bringing up today's cards. You guys will all be able to see it on your screen, the results here. Hey, thanks so much for coming in, Steve. Don't flow live events, waste of life. All right, guys, they don't have the results here up on Tapology. They usually do, but I'll do it by memory. First fight, we went through Estevan Martinez and Diogo Reis. Diogo Reis, I believe he had like 4 takedowns in that one. Ends up with the unanimous decision. Fabricio, Andrey, back and forth. I mean, Fabian Ramirez, he was really good at escaping. Fabricio was really good at the takedowns, though. Ended up getting Fabian, I want to say, in like 3 different submission attempts. Had like 5 takedowns. He got at least 3 judges' points. Wins that one, unanimous decision. Beatriz, Mesquita, and Elisabeth Clay. Dirty fight, especially from the winner. Mesquita, I mean, a lot of slapping, bending, but not breaking the rules, though. As we said, a lot of back and forth between these women, a lot of slapping, especially from Mesquita, the pushing, the slapping, but she got some takedowns. She got some points for some deep submission attempts, gets the decision win. Champion Glad, new sub here. We'll tune in next fight match. Thank you, Matt Rennie. Next fight, it will be Bellator 284 on Friday. And then we'll be covering UFC Marlon Vera versus Dominic Cruz on Saturday. Verbal submission just means in real life you're about to get submitted and your ego can't let it happen. I like it. Agreed. All right, after that, the Battle of the Jacobs. I picked Jacob Rodriguez, but it was Jacob Couch in dominant fashion. Still doesn't end up getting the submission, but I mean, does everything but 5 takedowns, several deep submission attempts, beats Jacob Rodriguez from pillar to post. Then Micael Galvão, middleweight. This guy's 18 years old. Defeats Alan Sanchez. I mean, a top-level BJJ guy out of Sarah Jiu-Jitsu in New York. Beats him with a one-hand rear naked choke. He had Alan Sanchez so tied up that Alan had to tap out with his foot. Gordan broke Pena mentally and physically, says True Dat. Yeah, that's hard to argue with right now. Rafael Lovato Jr., Nicholas Meregali. Nicholas Meregali in just his 3rd ever no-gi match. You know, he did very well. He had Rafael at hurt, deep several positions. He had some great positions there. But Rafael, a mostly defensive game, Showed he's got that old man strength at 39. Showed he was probably stronger than Nicholas. Fought off a lot of those submissions, but Nicholas definitely had a better, more explosive game tonight. And then in the main event, of course, Gordan Ryan takes on Felipe Pena, and Gordan Ryan gets the win. Tap, basically a tap, verbal submission by Felipe Pena. And
we're kind of scrambling at the end of the night. It's been a while.
We got an interview from Gordan Ryan here.
I think
go ahead and bring in the Gordan Ryan interview here.
Gordon, just hang tight.
Well, we can talk about your match until you get to talk about your match. And the nice thing about that is you're forced to listen.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can't even interrupt.
King was passing guard as Pena quit.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone home can't hear you.
Meregali won.
So we were talking a lot about your top game. Obviously, you were looking to play on top. We saw some nice foot sweeps. And there was a moment, I know that you looked over because I was talking about
can you guys hear that?
His head for so long. Not necessarily going straight in for the attacks, it seemed like, but
problem.
just fatiguing them. And then when the time was right, it opened up those attacks to be more offensive or more effective. Is that what you say when you're on the feet? Let's see if we can hear you.
Can I talk now?
Yes, sir. We got you.
All right. So, yeah, first of all, Pena came out way too strong. He came out and he wasn't pacing himself at all. He came out and I could feel he was using 100% of his strength the second he came out. He was aggressively clearing collar ties. He was pushing me away. And, the 10 minutes in, he goes, man, your grips don't feel that strong. You don't really feel all that strong or impressive. I'm like, yeah, I'm not trying yet. It's a no time limit match. You can't just come out 100% right from the beginning. I was, and then
thank you,
Ian. I was tying up my hands, not allowing me to get to his head, and I was playing a relatively conservative game. You saw I wasn't standing up too much from 50-50 and exposing my back. You saw I wasn't really shooting on his legs because I knew the guillotine was there.
Big throw there on the replay from Gordan.
The second he was arguing about going to bottom guard, I'm like, oh man, he's done. He's cooked. And then he came over to Howell, and then you saw the second he started talking to Howell, and he went over and he stopped. Immediately when he came back, that's when I started to actually go. That's when I started to pick the pace up. I was way heavier on the collar ties. I was harassing his feet a lot more. And then the second I got on top of him and I started putting pressure, he's like, all right, I'm going to stop. I'm done. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right.
I like that. Yeah, I'm not trying.
So what he doesn't realize is that I wasn't even 50% to my peak yet. I was going to start ramping it up at an hour or when I saw him breaking. And the second I saw him go over and talk to the table for no apparent reason, I was like, oh yeah, he's melted. Now it's time to actually turn the heat on. So people watching were like, oh man, it was a relatively boring match and, not too much happened besides Gordan taking him down. But what they don't realize is I literally wasn't trying at all.
So there it is, Gordan Ryan set to face Andrey Galvão.
If you don't want to just quit. And then I was actually planning to say something really nice about Leandro and how, I know it takes a lot for Felipe to come out and fight when one of his best friends just died because I competed shortly after my dad died, and that's definitely not easy. But then he just started crying on the microphone and saying that I had no heart and I'm a terrible person. So that just went out the window, and now I guess we're back to talking shit.
But can I say something about that? So, yes, it wasn't nice what he said at the end, but you also have to take in consideration that his emotions right now are really high, Maybe he shouldn't have said that, but because he felt the emotions on the mat together with what happened this morning, maybe he didn't say the right things, but,
Correct, but this is...
You did the right thing, though. You weren't talking shit during the match. It was really nice of you that, because you probably came here to talk shit during the
I had an envelope and everything planned, and I was like, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, exactly. That was
but
nice.
On the other hand, this is business. This is, he had a personal thing happen, but this is business, and he should have showed up as a businessman to compete as a businessman. And I was talking to Flow Guys because he requested to do an hour-long or a 30-minute match, and I was like, man, it doesn't make any sense. If you're mentally, if you're that heartbroken about it, which, okay, fine, let's cancel the match and we can reschedule it. But if you're going to fight for 10 minutes or you're going to fight for an hour or 2 hours, it doesn't make a difference. If you're mentally there enough to step on the mat, it doesn't matter what the time limit is. If you're going to compete, then compete. So then they just use that as an excuse to try to change the rule set again. It's like saying, oh man, I'm really sad I need an extra $1,000 to compete or I won't do it. It just doesn't make any sense. He just did it from a logical standpoint because he knew he could never win, no time limit. It wasn't an emotional thing at all. If he was too emotionally upset not to compete, he would have just said, hey, I really need to reschedule this match because I'm just not ready for it right now.
But do you think he would be able to win in a 30-minute match or 1 hour match?
No, he wouldn't be able to win in a 2-minute match.
So then you should have just agreed with it.
It's the point. Felipe tries to change the rules every single time we compete. He always tries to weasel his way into some other agreement. Today he tried to change the rules the day of. It has nothing to do with me winning or losing. It has to do with the point. He signed a contract as a professional. You should show up as a professional under the agreement that you signed.
No, I agree with you. But at the same time, he also says that he's always fighting your rules and this and that. So if you actually accepted this today, you would say, okay, look, I accepted your rules. You changed last minute. You know, I'm doing it for you, and I still can beat you whatever rules you present.
This is not my rules, though. Everyone says my rules. This is a rule set. That's not my rule set.
The rules that you choose. That's
I didn't choose these rules. Felipe agreed to these rules after he called somebody else out, no time limit. I've agreed to an IBJJF 10-minute match with Felipe Nogi, and he still found a way to make an excuse not to do it. We've agreed to multiple rule sets.
Yeah, it sounds like he wasn't making
always
excuses.
Found a way to back out. And then Flo presented no time limit to him, and then this is the rule set that we agreed upon.
Gordan, from a technical standpoint, it's been 5 years since you last grappled with Felipe. You know, how did you feel this time around? Like, you talked about how you wouldn't be anywhere near your level and stuff like that. Did it play out that way for you? Did you get what you expected?
Well, he was a little bit more annoying with the hand fighting than I thought.
Yeah, that interview, it was being a bit of an asshole, wasn't he?
And he did a good job game planning with Pedro, and I guess the other guys that he was doing the match with to tie up my hands and not let me get to his head. But then you saw the second I started turning it up and started harassing his feet and feinting and then going to his head, it was a lot easier to get to his head. But I wasn't really going to take that part of my game out until we got deeper into the match. But the second I started chaining attacks together, it easily messed him up, and I ended up snapping him down or getting to his back. His guard retention
Ryan won by
Decent,
exhaustion.
so
Pena gave up.
Just to camp inside of his legs and then put pressure on him from inside his legs. And then when I felt him starting to crack, then I was going to really turn the pressure up with flanking and Toriandos and things like that. And you saw that every time I actually did flank him, I actually got to a good position. And then the second I got to the over back grip in the final sequence and started to flatten him out, he was just like, yeah, I'm done. And I was like, yeah, that's about right.
Is there a timeline for the rematch?
No, it's just both agreed upon. So I assume it's going to be sometime after ADCC, maybe for him after Carnival, depending on how much he wants to party, and just not train.
Wow.
It's just agreed upon between both of us, both parties.
Sorry, go ahead.
With that amount of time, being so far away, do you see yourself changing your strategy from what you played him tonight?
Well, every 6 months I'm a completely different grappler. So I'll definitely... I'll game plan ways to get to his head a lot easier, and I'll work on my entire game. 6 months is a long time.
I'm a police officer, and if I quit, I die at work.
A different story.
Hey, thank you for your service, Christopher.
Either way, I mean, Pena, I was operating at under 50% capacity today.
You're right,
it was
man.
enough to just easily melt Pena inside and out.
No,
So
matches were only on flow grappling.
Gordan, looking ahead.
Ryan with the little jabs,
yep. Months away, you'll be a different grappler, but we're just 6 weeks away from ADCC. Can you talk us through the last portion of your camp and
so yeah, six weeks to ADCC.
So I'm going to be back training with training tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon we'll get back to the ADCC camp, and for this Pedro and the Pena camp, it was a lot more focused on hand fighting and foot sweeps because of the fact that Pena and Pedro both have pretty good guillotines. Whereas for Andrey, it'll be a lot of focus on shooting on the legs, picking up legs, and doing traditional wrestling with him because he has no front headlock danger of any kind. Then, just getting tight, getting crisp with the rest of my game, and getting ready to go out and compete against real heavyweights.
Flo is a ripoff. I'm a coal miner. If I quit, you don't get heat, right?
For ADCC and,
this point system is Gordan winning, too. Yes, Gordan would have won on points for sure.
All right, Gordan.
He got the only takedowns. He had like 4 takedowns.
He literally just gave up, so it's probably the best outcome we could have gotten. He just quit because he was tired. And the best part was he was talking shit to me during the match, like, oh, man, you don't really feel so great. And I'm like, yes, I haven't even started trying yet. Like, it's a no time limit match, man. What are you doing coming out as strong as you can? So the fact that backfired on him was amazing. And he literally based the entire thing around saying that he said the whole fight was going to come down to cardio and resistance. And the one thing that he based the fight on, he wasn't able to do. He just gave up because he was tired. So, I think that was pretty much the best outcome we could have had.
All right, Gordan. Well, enjoy your victory, and then we'll see you in a few weeks here at ADCC.
Thank you, Arthur. How did Pena end up on top? I forgot. I didn't buy the Flow subscription
All right,
for
guys,
this.
well,
I'm very happy
thank you
I
for
didn't.
joining us here at WNO. Another one in the
Is
books.
there point
and,
system is
stay
Gordan?
tuned. Stick
Yeah,
around
if there was
the corner. We'll
points,
see you
he's
guys
winning. How Pena end up on top? What do you mean by that? I think kind of just jumped the guard. He might have been on top for a moment. What a shout out to the Philippines. Gotta admit, Gordan liked to hear himself. We get it, Gordan. You're great, bro. For a lot of the match, Pena was on top. Yeah, oh. Geez, the match was so long, I almost forgot. Gordan purposely sat down several times. At least 3 times, Gordan purposely sat down on his butt. So that was a big part of it. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying Pena didn't do well. Yes, he had 2 victories over Gordan. They hadn't grappled in over 5 years. Respect for Pena to his, for his performance up until the end. I didn't have a problem with anything, even, getting exhausted at the end. Until the interview from Pena, and I didn't like like I said, he kind of used his friend as an excuse. Because I think he was tired. And I really didn't want to say that at first because I wasn't sure. And then, when more details started coming out, it became more clear that that Pena was just honestly, it's a little classless. I know he was emotional because of his friend, but it was a little classless to get tired and give up, and then you blame it on your friend after you say, "Oh, I will fight. I am ready to fight, but maybe I can only fight for 30 minutes, or maybe I can only fight for an hour. Maybe I need some more money." It's like, to me, all that stuff's unprofessional. No, he didn't pass his guard. All right, have a good night. Oh, it's a wrap, folks. Hit like and subscribe. Tune in for Bellator Friday night, UFC Saturday. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't pass it, though. Dude, why not put Big Mike versus Gordan? No. Don't do that to me. I thought you guys liked me. No, Arthur, he smothered him from guard. Thanks. Learn jiu-jitsu before you come to... Hey, jiu-jitsu's fake. You think jiu-jitsu's fake, man? Who won? Gordan Ramsay by exhaustion. He quit right before when he got his guard passed. What's up, Samuel Skillman? Yeah, it was Gordon Ryan. It was Gordon Ryan that passed. Gordan was barely breathing. Yeah, you could tell he was holding back early. And Felipe, like you said, seemed to be going full bore. I don't care who you are. They're all human, especially when you're 220-some pounds, almost 230 pounds, to think that you're going to go full speed for over an hour. I mean, your lungs just aren't going to hold up. I don't care if you're Cain Velasquez, you're not going to hold up. Who win? Who said Gordan Ramsay? You can tell he was telling the truth. Gordan wasn't 100%. Oh, for sure. Ramsay, he says. Pena was controlling him at 50-50. Oh, at 50%. Yeah, I think Gordan... Did I say Gordan Ramsay? I might have said Gordan Ramsay. I had Gordon Ryan. I think I've accidentally called him Gordan Ramsay throughout the week a few times. They're both pretty cocky. They're both good at what they do. They're both pretty cocky. Easy mistake. Gordan did take it fairly. His physique definitely helped him this time around compared to their last match. Oh, yeah, he's a totally different grappler than he was 5 years ago. When him and Pena fought. So, all right, thanks for all the likes, the subscriptions, the donations, the super chats, and everything. Next time you see me on here, I hope that you all come back. I'm going to head over to my own website, actually, real quick. Just because I know I have everything set up to show us where the stream is, not because I'm an egomaniac, but it is fightswithfriends.co because some jerk took .com. So instead of paying him the $5,000 or whatever he wants, I just I finally took the CO fight or card. He kept renewing it over and over and over again. So I finally said, I'm not giving you my money. Gordan better conditioning and strength, but Felipe is tough. Matchups is first fit. His guard recovery is as good as it gets. Damn good. Let's have a real super fight. Gordan Ryan versus Gordon Ramsay. All right, peace out, AJ. All right, just real quick. This is the site, like I said, fightswithfriends.co. This is our upcoming streams for August 2022. Next stream coming up is Bellator 284. Just click on that event details. All right, thank you. Thank you. Shout out to Malaysia. If you go to fightswithfriends.co, bookmark that because this next one's from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Like I said, you got Neiman Gracie and Goyeti Yamauchi. If you go to the site, you can click on any fighter. And we're powered by Tapology. If you like to bet on fights or you pick fights or whatever, you know, I do a lot of betting recently now that it's legal here, maybe too much. You can see everything. You can see this is coming up. You can see his last fight. He lost to Logan Storley. And you can go back through a fighter's entire career. And this will show you when when Fights with Friends is streaming for each event. Friday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern of the U.S. We're doing Bellator 284. Next day, we start UFC San Diego, Marlon Vera, Dominic Cruz, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll be starting UFC 276 as Kamaru Usman, Leon Edwards. And you can see the whole card there, starting at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Then the end of the week, or end of the month, excuse me. The match is over. Gordan Ryan won. Pena tapped out from exhaustion. Ending the month on a high card, Friday, August 26th, Adriano Moraes versus Demetrius Johnson 2. You also have the Grand Prix semifinals for the Muay Thai flyweight title there in 1FC. Couple of big flyweight bouts in there, including Non-UO versus Liam Harrison, the Bantamweight Championship. That's the co-main event. And this is their debut on Amazon Prime. That starts at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. We might end up throwing the PFL card in there. That's an early Saturday morning card from England. Gordan said he's operating under 50% capacity. Yeah, I believe he's around 50 probably, though. Because you could kind of tell he wasn't really pressing it on until, like he said, it looked like Pena was broken. And, you know, maybe he was. But, again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the subscriptions. Really cool to sit down with some new people from inside the MMA community. I just really enjoy covering MMA. I don't usually cover grappling. I was a grappler. I did do judo for a significant amount of time. Never did anything with leg locks. So if some of my terminology was off, I apologize. I'll try to do better on some of that stuff next time. But, you know, I did my best, and you didn't have to pay $150 to flow grappling. As always, I love you. I respect you. And I'll see your fine asses next time.